to a new value, or adding a new value, add a key, or deleting one. So yeah, what does this look like in practice? There are essentially, if we kind of look on the left-hand side, every user has a database. It kind of has a location. So this is Daniel's, who we heard from yesterday. Within that database, there's a key. It has two parts. First part is like a namespace. Second part's an identifier. And then at that key, there's a value. In this case, you're looking at how Statusphere statuses are modeled. It says, hey, my status is a bee emoji. Here's when I created this. I am a Statusphere status. In practice, we have different names for this. The user's database, we call a repository. The key is a path, and the value is a record. So pretty much everything apps are doing is creating, reading, updating, and deleting these records. So pretty low-key model. It has some structure. So on the right, we've talked a lot about lexicons. This is a description, a schema of like, hey, what is a Statusphere status? Cool thing here, publishing a lexicon out there, describing a new type of data with its own semantics is your way of essentially extending the SDK of the Atmosphere for everyone else. So this is kind of a nice way of looking at it. It's like we're all collaborating on this giant SDK for building social applications together. Now we actually get to the flow. This is a pretty simple one. Young Gustafer wants a new status. Statusphere app, we're logged in, we have credentials. Gustafer asks Statusphere app to update their status, and Statusphere app is going to use that credential to update that little piece in the key value store. We're going to update, there's a key for young Gustafer's status, and we're going to update it to that bee emoji, for example. That's the flow. That's how you write to the Atmosphere. Take that credential you got from the OAuth flow, write to the user's host. All right, we have our second bit of the Atmosphere SDK. Cool. Writing records to the user store. Each user has a repository in the shape of a key value store, data fitting lexicon schemas. You can publish your own schemas for others to use. All right, so how do I develop features from this kind of primary source key value store thing out in the Atmosphere? So, not all, in my app, not everything necessarily has the shape of a record, right? For example, here, young Gustafer's like, what are the most popular statuses? What's going on out there? The answer to that question isn't just a record out on the network. We have to kind of derive that and figure it out. So we have this idea of sync. So apps are going to synchronize that key value store locally. Do I have a thing here? Yes. Locally, so here, I'm going to do that again because it was cool. So someone updates their status. What goes on? Statusphere app essentially has a WebSocket. It's pulling changes from the Atmosphere. This status comes through. I put a little credential thing in there because that status, I can tell whose it is. I can verify whose it is. And when it comes through, the database spins because our database, owned by the Statusphere app, is getting updated. And you can imagine doing this a few times and eventually kind of deriving, having whatever business logic you need in your app to index these changes into your local database. And we can tell young Gustafer what the most popular statuses are. All right, let's zoom out just a little bit, move that whole thing to the side. And there are other users out there, right? So we have this other user on a different app, on the Datasphere app. They're going to write to the Atmosphere, and then notice nothing changed on the right-hand side yet, right? They wrote. Sometime later, it's going to come through and update our database. So notice that delay is kind of interesting. It opens up a couple natural questions. First, we said, it takes some time between a write and my app syncing it. So natural question, can users immediately see their own interactions? Like, if I update my profile, can I immediately see that in the app? The other question that you might be wondering here is, when I deploy my app for the first time, there's all sorts of existing statuses out on the network that already exist. So how do I bootstrap my data with all that historical data that's already happened? First, yes, users can see their own interactions. That write came from your app, right? The user's on your app. So you observed that write commit to the network, and it's up to you. You can choose to optimistically show that to the user. That could happen in a couple different ways. That could happen just optimistic state in the client, or it could happen on the server. If you really need to fold that write into a bunch of different views of your app, you can essentially get it into your indexing path. There's a really cool tool here that I think are underexplored. I just want to call out. Every time you write to your repository, every time a write happens, there's a little revision number that gets incremented, basically, that always moves forward. So we see over here an operation on a path, basically a change to that big key value store, and it has a revision associated with it. So what you can kind of do is say, hey, is this write, if I'm experiencing writes out of order for whatever reason, maybe I did some fancy optimistic stuff in my app, and I observe another write, is it newer than the data I have on hand? And you can use that as an easy way to do to coordinate that and try to get consistent with the network again. I'm not going to go into that, but anyone working on this, look closely at repo revisions as a way to do this. So on bootstrapping the app with all historical data, what do we want to do? What's the general thing we want to do? We want to say, all right, who are all the users who have data that I'm interested in? I'm going to go to all the repositories and fetch it, and then index it. The question is, how do you do that? This is where we have some more coming soon stuff. So for that first step where you want to enumerate all repositories that contain records you're interested in, we're going to offer this essentially on our relay. List repos by collection. So you're going to give it a collection that you're interested in. It's going to give you a bunch of users back who have that collection. I really suggest this pattern. This is me speaking personally. Have a profile record for your app. Use that to advertise. Who are users of your application? Have a lexicon that describes that, because then we can hinge a bunch of stuff off of it. We have this very clear sense of who the users are of the apps. And then this is the really more speculative, less finalized. But we want when you fetch a repo, we want you to be able to provide a prefix that says, hey, give me all the records with this prefix. Again, I'm speaking the key value sense, this prefix of these keys. And that will allow you to efficiently sync only the records that you're interested in. So this is almost baked. All right, syncing live and historical data. I realize I'm time aware, so I'm going to get through the fourth here. Cool. So great. There's a question here. Where is that credential going to be held? Does the server or the client handle writes to the network? So I've been speaking about apps very generally, but really they have different parts, right? Some of it's running on the user's device near the user. Some of it's running in the server near our database. I have a choice. I can have that OAuth flow give me a credential on the device or on the server. This is one of the big questions. When it's on the client, that's called the browser-based model. And this is I'm building a single-page app with React, Vue, Lit, stuff like that. In order to get this to work, I still need to authenticate with my backend, right? So there's the credential made it to the front end, but I need to authenticate with the back end. So we have a special facility for that. The Blue Sky app actually uses this service proxying, where you make a request proxied through the user's host, and that authenticates with the back end. Yeah, in this case, read after write, if I want to read my own writes as the user, that'd be optimistic state in the client. All right, we just got the fourth. This is authenticating with other services. So we made this, in this slide, we made this call from our front end to our back end, and we proxied it in order to authenticate with the back end. That's cool. The cool thing about this is it extends to any service. You can authenticate with other services too, not just your apps. We actually do this in the Blue Sky app to stitch together our service for chat and our service for the Blue Sky API, which is kind of interesting. And then closing thought here, when the credential's held on the back end, this is called the backend for front end model. And this is like, hey, I literally want to post an HTML form, and I want to render HTML back to the user. So, if anyone's having fun with HTMX. Also, trends, server-side rendering, server actions in frameworks like Next or React Router. Like these, you want like the credential on the back end. So there's no need for service proxying in this case. You can just do like kind of a traditional auth flow. And read after write can hook into the indexing paths on the server. Cool, I'm going to skip some of these. So yes, these are decisions in your hands as an app dev. You have kind of broad choice of technologies, right? AtProto is not incompatible with any language or database technology or anything like that. And you also have to make this designation about your app architecture, right? You can do all this work on the server or the client. So AtProto is legible to two places for app devs: on the boundary of your app. So what's on the boundary of my app? It's like the user getting into my app, logging in, writing, and syncing. But within there, I can kind of choose whatever I want. So over here, we have this kind of aura around the Statusphere app, which is kind of the atmosphere. It's only on the edges. And on the inside of my app, I can use Next, I can use HTML, I can use whatever new thing I want. And the other place AtProto is legible is we need more creative thinking around how to leverage the open network and identity. There's kind of this, I'm not going to go into these, but there's kind of this broad spectrum here. Like as you get more specific, from like the soup to nuts, I have a BFF, a backend for front end with its own full generic indexes. And on the other hand, I have these like shared network services that we maybe are all sharing, and I don't own the indexes. And there's like a whole bunch of stops in between, and we need to do a lot more experimentation here and figure out how we like to build. Great, so if you want to build, here are some places you can begin. Blue Sky SDKs. There's a great SDK by Mary, which does all sorts of stuff, client SDKs and OAuth. There's a guide for building that Statusphere app, start to finish. And then for the sync stuff, check out the Firehose. There's a great SDK by Future out there. Cool, thanks a lot, appreciate it.
Thank you, Devin. We're actually running up against lunch a little bit. Can I ask people to find you during lunch for questions and the like? This is such important work, and I'm glad that y'all are helping to make this legible. And like, obviously, this is going to be an ongoing conversation for hopefully months, right? Yeah. So I think we're going to keep on rolling. Thank you very much, Devin. You. Okay, up next we have two quick lightning talks. One from Mark from VR Feeds, talking about all the stuff like, what are we building next? How should we be thinking about this, not just from the engineering perspective and the way that we want to design things, but also like, who are we building with? Who are we building for? And so I'm excited that VR Feeds has made it out here. Let's see if we can get the presenter view you're mirroring. JP, can you okay, give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, Command F1. Split your screen off.
Oh, okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
I know this stuff. Oh, there's some notes.
Where's the mouse?
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, just drag that one over.
Well, actually, where's the mouse?
Oop.
Are you doing demos?
No.
Okay. Drag it to the top there. There you go.
Cool.
Cool. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mark, for coming out.
Where's my mouse?
Okay.
Cool. There it is. Cool. Hello. Perfect. So yes, I'm Mark from Freer Feed. So by by training, I'm a computer scientist, but my day job is actually not free or feed, plainly. I run a nonprofit which is called AI Forensics, and our mission is to hold big tech platforms accountable. So we study basically the enshittification of current platforms. So we conduct algorithmic audits on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, all of those. And so this is also what has built my my interest in kind of trying to build better alternatives. So this has it's been for a few years now. Actually, it's funny because I just saw this morning Mihan from Mozilla, who is actually one of the first supporters of a project I started in 2021, which was called YouChoose. The point was to basically build an alternative recommender system adversarially for YouTube through a browser extension. And more recently, last year I was involved in a kind of regulatory effort to introduce the concept of algorithmic pluralism in French law, which is actually now being hopefully translated into law. They're working on it. And so this is kind of all these different efforts that led me to also be part of the project called Freer Feeds with a group of here you go, a group of other, basically everyone is digital right activists who also all have other day jobs. So it's a project that started a few months ago. That everyone was very excited to with this vision, which I think is shared with a lot of people here, to basically break free from billionaire control platforms and to try to build more equitable digital ecosystem. And so basically the project is built around three pillars. The first one is to try to contribute to building the AT infrastructure concretely. I'm going to go into each of these individually. Then we also want to support a public interest governance and regulation, and also seed an innovation ecosystem and the community around it. So I'll start with the infrastructure part. We obviously, infrastructure is power, and the goal is to try to. So Freer Feed will have a foundation, which we're in the process of registering, which will be independent from corporate interests. And so the goal is for this foundation to operate part of the infrastructure. So we are going to start with a second relay, which would be based on European in the European Union for some various reasons, some of which I'll mention right after. And we're also considering to start a PDS service also as a second kind of brick. And and the second big pillar of the project is kind of the public interest governance and also kind of the regulation piece. In terms of, so the goal is, I think that's something that has been also mentioned yesterday. Right now, the governance of the AT protocol is could benefit from also being introduced or included in kind of more standard setting organization, and to make sure that it's kind of still continues to reflect, to be aligned with the public interest. And so that's a part of the effort we would like to support. And actually part of the custodian have been in touch with also the Blue Sky team on that. The part that I'm more kind of involved with is kind of to try to push for interoperability regulation. In Europe in particular, there has been like, there's something called the Brussels effect. I don't know if you're familiar with it. There's good and bad parts of it. There's also, for example, that's why you need to click the cookie banner. Okay, that's annoying, but that's also why you have some data portability right on certain platforms. That's also why you have a USB-C port on your iPhone or Mac. That's pretty cool. And there's also there has been a requirement introduced for messaging interoperability on messaging apps. So, for example, between Signal and WhatsApp, which should start anytime soon. So I think it can give us hope to basically take it to the next level and to also introduce this type of interoperability requirement in social media apps, which I think could be really where we can start thinking of a more systemic change that could impact the whole industry. And so there's going to be, in fact, a new kind of regulation that's currently being discussed called the Digital Fairnesses Act, which I think there is actually there's a couple of like really kind of more tech-savvy member of European Parliament who are trying to push for social media interoperability to be included in this. And so I think that's a very worthwhile kind of effort to try to support, because I believe it could have an impact to, the opportunity to impact the whole industry at a global scale. And so the third pillar is to try to also support a strong ecosystem around the protocol, such as the ones that we have here gathered today. So ideally, we're going to raise a lot of money, and we're going to be able to support a lot of projects. There's both in terms of social media bricks, but also other like web application beyond social apps built on AT. And so our roadmap is basically, we've only launched a few months ago, as I mentioned, with only people who are doing this on the side, but we have now raised 250K, mostly from crowdfunding actually, but also with support. We have some initial seed funds from like smaller seed funds, but we're quite advanced also with a bunch of other foundations, and we think we can have a realistic goal of raising 4 million by the end of the year. We're going to use that money to hire an executive director who's going to then try to support, like continue to fundraise, and a policy lead, and also hire a first engineer to start building the relay, which we think we could have also up and running by the end of the year. That's definitely the objective. We're also talking with a European cloud provider who should be providing us with kind of the free infrastructure to do this, as well as a sysadmin. So that's we have made some good progress on this, but really what we're what I'm excited to be, why I'm excited to be here today is also to better understand from the perspective of those of you who know this protocol much better, what are the needs in terms of infrastructure expansion. If we're going to do the second relay, also, like, are there like specific kind of requirements that would make it more beneficial for the community? As I mentioned, I think one thing that's important is to make it in Europe, so that to give, I think, a sense of ownership and sovereignty also to European regulators on the protocol, because I think the more of this that there is, and the more of an ecosystem we manage to build also in the EU, the more there will be interest for regulators to actually promote this type of protocol and more systemic interoperability regulation. So that's the goal. There's actually going to be the Ahoy conference, also as mentioned, that's going to be in Europe next month. And so yeah, so it'd be great to have more of you there. And that's it. I kept it short.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mark. You should also mention that we have a discussion around Free Our Feeds later today as well. And I'm really happy that you're here to talk about the different types of engagement that we need, right? It's not just a developer community that we're building, it's also how are we interfacing with the rest of society, civil society, and regulators and so forth. So really glad that you're here. Thank you so much. All right, we have one last lightning talk. Anuj, if you'll coming up, since we are talking about how we're interoperating and the sorts of things that we're doing here together. Very excited to also have a new social who was responsible also for finding our venue for the after party the past couple days. So thank you for that, Anuj.
Testing, are we good? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, let's go.
Are we good? Okay. Wow, the energy in the room, guys. Holy crap. The last few days have been amazing. Thank you for everything. I thought I'd be tired today, and the moment I walked in, I started talking to people, and I was like, all right, I'm ready to go. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm a little bit shorter. We're good? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, today I want to talk a little bit about something that I'm super passionate about, and I've been trying to work on for a while, and that is bridges, and what I've been kind of screaming from the hills, calling it the last network effect. This was originally called People, Not Platforms, but I like this a lot better because I think it tees up what I'm trying to talk about a little bit better. But quickly, just to introduce myself, sorry, my laptop is, there we go. Quickly to introduce myself, I'm Anuj Ahuja. I, alongside Ryan Barrett, am building a new social where we're trying to build multi-protocol systems for the open social web. Of course, Lenovo gets in the way. One of the examples of that is BridgieFed, which is a bridge that connects the web, ActivityPub, and ATproto. I also write a lot on my blog. I rant a lot about the open social web on augment.inc, but I also talk about technology in general. And one thing that I talk about very often is how tech products have this tendency to kind of over time get crappier. I think we've all seen it. You love product gets super popular, then the financial stuff comes into play and they squeeze you for every penny that you got, and it starts sucking like crazy, and you wish you had a way to escape. And I think that feels the worst when it happens on social media, because you spend years building these friendships, these relationships, these communities, and sometimes you just feel like you got the rug pulled from under you. I think we've all felt it at some point. I know I felt it when Google Plus shut down. It hurt me a lot. I had a lot of communities there and I had no way out of that. I know a lot of my friends felt it when Reddit shut down the API and they weren't able to experience the service the way that they wanted to. And I think a lot of us here experienced it when things happened with Twitter, and it was taken by the wrong people, the worst people that they could have found. And we, that one hurts a little bit more, mostly because Blue Sky, as we all know, was supposed to bring Twitter to the AT protocol. So if they were given enough time, we would have had an escape hatch. We would have been able to press eject and leave somewhere else. But unfortunately, they weren't given enough time, and now this lives in my head rent-free all the time, as it probably does for a lot of you as well. But instead of dwelling on the past, I've been trying to figure out where we go from here and how we make sure that we're ready for the next moment like this. And luckily, there's some really interesting stuff happening in the space. A lot of the reasons why you guys are here today. As these lapses of judgment, let's call them that, from X continue to happen, we're starting to see these waves of migration leaving X over to various other platforms. Blue Sky is obviously one of them, but for better or for worse, they're also going to places like Threads, Mastodon, and with some of the mistakes that Meta's making, we're also seeing waves of people going to PixelFed as well, which is really cool to see. So we're seeing these 4 platforms growing, and the cool thing about all 4 of these platforms is that they're all built on open protocol technologies, which means that you can connect all of these things in different ways, and it's super interesting. But an interesting byproduct of that is because they're growing, other social media platforms are paying attention, and they're adopting protocols. And that's awesome, right? Because they're seeing the fact that they can tap into these networks and they don't have to start from scratch, and they can tap into networks that already exist, and they don't have to be in this silo where they have to start from scratch every single time there's a new product that launches. And that brings me to what I've been calling the last network effect, where if we have a critical mass of users on the open social web and we enable platform migrations and there's enough platforms for people to choose from, there's less reason for people to leave those and start from scratch in a social silo. And that's awesome, right? Because once you're in the open social web and you're in the open social web, we can continue to connect you to new spaces as time goes on. But then the problem comes along of, which protocol should win, right? And to me, I actually don't know if that's the right question to ask right now. Mike Masnick has a really good post on this, but to sum it up, I think it's really nice that we're in this exploratory phase, because I think we're still trying to figure out what users want, and as we've learned over the course of this weekend, we're all still trying to figure out what all of this stuff means for users as well. I come from a background of working with ActivityPub and AT, but I spent a lot of time with ActivityPub, and one of the things that I was yelling about in that space is how the user experience is really bad. We've talked about it, and how identity isn't the central part of the network, and so they have a bunch of UX issues, and as more platforms on board to ActivityPub, those UX issues are only going to get worse. So we have to work on those problems as soon as possible so that ActivityPub actually starts making a lot more sense to the average user. And on the AT side, I think they've solved a ton of those problems. They're doing an amazing job. But in the current state that we're in, there are a lack of options, and I think we have to grapple with that. And so the promises that we're making about the open social web aren't always true in the current moment. It's more of a future-looking thing. And so I want to be ready for that future, but also make sure that we're catering to the users that we need to come in today. So why not both, right? Por qué no los dos? Something that Ryan says quite a bit and said a lot in his presentation yesterday. To me, it's, hey, let's all work on these different protocols. Nostr is doing a lot of interesting stuff. Farcaster is doing a lot of interesting stuff. And I think we're actually learning a lot from each other and growing because of each other. Every time Blue Sky launches something, you can see all of the other platforms like right away try and build something that's similar. So I think it's really good that we have this competition happening right now. And I think the users themselves have kind of spoken, right? Like, I think a lot of people have said this already, but users don't really care about protocols or the technology that is underlying all of this stuff. They like the ideas of it, but they don't really care. They look at this stuff as a tool for connection. And choosing a platform for a protocol for most users would be like choosing a piece of furniture because you own like one specific screwdriver at home. Like, no one does that, right? Like, you buy the furniture that you want because it works in your house, and then you figure out how you work with that from there. So I don't think this moment of folks coming to the open social web was inevitable. I think it's kind of a lightning in a bottle moment, and I really think we need to seize it. Unfortunately, I think in a lot of ways, we are kind of confusing users. I've been in a ton of conversations over the last couple of years about this, and I'm sure you've been in conversations like this before as well, where a friend or family member or something will come to you and be like, hey, I'm finally ready to leave X. I want a new space. Where do I go? I want to be where the people are, right? And so you sit down with them, you look at who they're following, and you're like, well, hey, these journalists that you follow are super active on Blue Sky, this dev community that you're part of. I know that there's a Mastodon instance that does a lot of work with that. Oh, these celebrities that you follow, they post quite a bit on Threads, so I'm sorry, you might have to use Threads. And then they get angry because they're like, wait, you told me that this was all open. Like, what happened to that? Why can't I just use one account and be able to connect with all these folks? Wasn't that the promise? And then you start looking like this guy, right? Where you're like trying to explain the nuances of this stuff and trying to explain why it's not all working together and why maybe in the future it might and blah, 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 blah. And they, fair enough, get frustrated with you and they either stay on X or they just choose one platform and they deal with the limitations that they have to deal with on that platform. Now, the good news is that there are some people trying to blur these lines and simplify this problem a little bit more. You have apps like Buffer and Croissant that allow you to cross-post. You have feed apps like OpenVibe, Surf, Reader, Tapestry that combine all of your feeds into one place. You have these really cool services that are like a little hacky but kind of cool, like Skybridge, that let you use your Mastodon clients with your Blue Sky account. And these are great, right? Like they're super low friction, they hide a lot of complexity, and they let you focus on your interactions before anything else, because that's what they want, right? Like they just want to interact with the people. But unfortunately, because of the way things are right now and the fragmentation that we have, they still carry some of the burdens of old social media where, you still have to sign up for at least one account on one of these protocols. Every single time you cross-post, you're now dealing with multiple discussion threads, right? So a lot of the old social media problems still exist because of this fragmentation. And so that's why, after digging a lot into this and trying to figure out what the right solution is, I kind of landed on bridges, and BridgeFed in specific, something that Ryan built a while back. For those that may not know, bridges enable cross-protocol communication. So if I'm on ActivityPub, I can join a bridge, and now all of a sudden I feel native to Blue Sky, right? And there's various ways that we're trying to make that even easier. But to me, it's more than just users bridging from one place to another. I actually think it enables a cross-protocol network. And to me, it's a cross-protocol network for the open social web and a faster track to that last network effect that I was talking about. Because if everyone's in the same place, you can start doing some really interesting stuff that I'm going to discuss in just a second. And the cool thing is that this isn't just like some grand idea that came out of nowhere. Like this is already being used by a lot of users and organizations. I think BridgeFed has something along the lines of like almost 100K users, which is insane. Like I actually had no idea until I talked to Ryan that that's how popular it was. Like for instance, it's used by Jay Graber, CEO of Blue Sky. She's bridged over to the Fediverse. And then Eugene Rochko, the founder of Mastodon, he's bridged over to Blue Sky, and he's got 3.3K followers on Blue Sky alone, right? So like people are following him because they're interested in what he has to say, not because they care about where he's posting, right? And there's lots of examples of this. There's David Amell, the co-host of the Waveform podcast. He does a lot of great photography, and he wanted a photography gallery, and he felt like PixelFed was a great fit for that. But he's super active on Blue Sky, so he bridged the account over to Blue Sky, and he gets a ton of interaction there on his photography, because there's a really great photography community on Blue Sky that wants to do that with him. Ghost, who just launched their ActivityPub beta for their newsletter service, they bridged the blog that's tracking that progress over to Blue Sky, and I've seen them get a ton of interaction there as well, and a bunch of questions on how the bridging is going to work for them as far as like blog posts getting comments back from AT. Mike McHugh, CEO of Flipboard, his flipboard.social account is bridged over, and he's got 2.7K followers. And I think this is like, I'm saying a lot of this mostly just to say, like, people don't really care about where these folks are coming from. They just know who they want to follow, and they just want to hit a follow button and make sure that they can keep up with what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, it's just about people, man. It's not about the platforms. It's about the people and the people that you want to follow. And quite frankly, users shouldn't have to care about the platform that you're using or what protocol you're using. They should be able to find and keep their community no matter where they are in this open social space. And the cool thing about the way this bridge is being built and all of the bridges that are being built is when you have a protocol agnostic platform, cross-protocol network, you can start doing really interesting things like helping people move not just between platforms within their protocol ecosystem, but even using that protocol agnostic network to move them over to a whole other protocol while maintaining all of their relationships. And it's something that we're experimenting with right now. And we're already seeing some cross-protocol actions on these services today. There's a bunch of starter packs that have a bunch of bridged Fediverse users. There's Fediverse relays that are just fully just the Blue Sky, that are just full of Blue Sky bridged users. And so people are already making use of this stuff so they can find people across all these platforms, even though the platforms themselves, especially on the Fediverse side, may not natively support some of this stuff. But we're getting there and we're moving forward. So right now, yes, we should build on protocols. AT protocol is amazing, and I'm so excited about everything that's happening here. But at the same time, this fragmentation, I think we need to help kind of work with this and make sure that users understand what's happening. So alongside building on top of protocols, I hope we're going to spend some time building some bridges, not walls, so that people can find their people. And if you want to find me, I'm all across the open social web, but here's where you can find me otherwise. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited about a lot of this work. And also, I will not stand in between y'all and lunch. Thank you so much, Anush. Lots of more things to talk about, and amazing lightning talks this afternoon. We're basically going to have the Trust and Safety Hour later today, so we'll be back here at 2 with 2 more great talks, one from Andra and more about communities and building for them there too. So, okay. Please go get lunch.
Time to hit the sheets, steal a chance that we might make something happen tonight. Can you ever feel it? Can you ever feel it? Can you ever feel it? Sometimes late nights, the clock stops, and with a chance to say when, if this is what you want to go Can you ever feel it? 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 Can you ever feel Little son of mine, this to help you understand just the kind of man I am. You see, I'm full of holes, lately feeling getting old. Didn't learn till late in life. I will never reach great heights. And now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you. My friend, good to see your face again. Yeah, you see, you got a nice smile, and you got your mother's eyes. But then we fell apart, the two without my heart. I hope you understand. I hope you understand. Now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of you. Your eyes, they lead me slowly. No one had ever told me one day that I'd be standing here. It breaks my heart after all that I've done. I'll say I'm the fortunate one, and happy to know I'm safe. Happy to know you're safe. Can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you. Can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you. around my yard. Don't wanna go back in time, and I'm afraid of the future. Just wish that everything worked how I imagine it used to, when you were happy just because, when you were angry just because, when everything was what it was, when everything was what it was, when everything was what it was, when everything was what it was. So if you're reading my palm and you can see where I'm going, you could be right or wrong. For me it's better not knowing, 'cause I'll be Take my hand, and soon we'll see. Take my hand, take my heart, take my hand and fall apart. Oh, what's the fussing all about? Oh, what's the fussing all about? Oh, what's the fussing all about? You and me, we were made for tonight. Oh, what's the fussing all about? You and me, we were made for Monday. Oh, what's the fussing all about? You and me, we were made for Mondays. Brings us back to the wall. Every falling Sometimes it's so clear to me this is one of those times. The ringing I hear in my ear is alarm bells, not chimes. That I must be stupid and blind for ignoring these signs. But if I can't say it to you, my love, what can I say to you? I don't wanna wait for this bad dream to come true. Nothing has ever been closer to anything else. Not even doors of old rooms in the halls of hotels. Not even molecules within the walls of my cells. Still, I am too far away from you to even have a clue whether or not this is something you want me to do. So talk to me, honey, tell me if it's true. Love isn't something you feel, it's something you do. But this isn't make-believe and I have to start anew. I often wondered what I would be singing about when all that used to be askew finally evened out. But now I'm all blue from the tiniest Swimming fast, holding on the bus in ways you could not. I like you, real silver line. Oh, see them fast, take out that last, but we get better. I wanna breathe in sunlight beam. I wanna be with a girl like she. Swimming fast, holding on the bus in ways you could not know. My own electricity, you did this to me. I want someone to carry me. Oh, ill-advised desire to repair. And I'd rather be a satellite. And I'm picking up the phone. And I'd rather be a satellite. And I'm picking up the phone. Remember when it was then we
held her hand while I held her under. I know it sounds crazy. Well, maybe I'm crazy. You're gonna come and give me your love. You're gonna feel what I feel, baby. We're up against the setting sun. And you're gonna give me your love. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I took my love to the mountain, and you told me I gotta let it go. I swear it makes sense, oh, but it's under the surface. You're gonna come and give me your love. You're gonna feel what I feel, baby. We're up against the setting sun. When you're gonna give me your love. Your love, hey, hey, hey. Your love, hey, hey, hey. She was so wild, I thought I could take her, but I could never break her. Hey, 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 hey. Said hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. When you gonna come and give me your love? Feel what I feel, baby. We're up against the setting sun, setting sun. When you gonna come and give me your love? You're gonna feel what I feel, baby. We're up against the setting sun. When you gonna give me your love?
Starting in a minute, Andra will be talking with us about all the amazing work that she's done over the past couple years. It is couple years at this point. Wow, yeah. So excited to get a chance to chat about that, ask some questions about. Yeah, okay. All right. Things are going to kick off again at 2 in 2 minutes.
Yeah. It's hard choices time again. So we're going to have Andra and other talks starting here. In the group discussion area, what's happening right after lunch is at Proto and Activity Pub, hosted by Darius. And we have micropayments hosted by Georgia Bullen. And there's also submitted talks that are on the side there and will be listed over there. Good luck with your hard choices.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. We'll get kicked off. Andra is somebody who is an amazing developer and somebody who I think I first met through the journalism ecosystem many years ago. I've sort of followed the work that she's done through ActivityPub and into ATProto, and has helped certainly my understanding of the way that the ecosystem works. And so I'm really excited to hear her talk about where she thinks this is going and the things that we can do together on ATProto. So I will hand it over to Andra. Make sure that this is on too. There you go.
Well, thanks everyone for coming to my talk. I'll be talking about supporting and growing ATProto development in 2025 and beyond. Thank you for letting me talk and to discuss these topics. I'm more than a little bit nervous. Public speaking is not my forte, so we'll see how this goes. I'm wearing a lot of green today. Can everyone in the back see me? Yeah, good, cool, all right. Yeah, so a bit about me. I'll spare the really long, self-indulgent kind of autobiography bit I did for the ATProto talks. I did about 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. But most people know me as the creator of the news and trending news feeds on Blue Sky, as well as the creator of XBlock, as well as the kind of architect of the Bluemoji spec, and I do some writing and stuff on top of that. I'll talk a little bit about the news feeds today. I'll talk a little bit about XBlock today. Not so much about Bluemoji today. It's still a project that I really am planning on getting back to, but I've just had a bit of a challenging couple of months this year so far, suffice to say. So I'm going to be mostly talking about the first two things. Where did the news feed and trending news come from? I have been on Blue Sky since, I think, May 2023. I was in the 65,000 user sort of bracket of people who had joined. So I was there pretty early. I've been working in news media since 2013, various titles, mostly kind of like larger business titles. And what informs a lot of my development on ATproto, as well as like ActivityPub before that, is a deep interest in journalism and a deep desire to get these topics right. I build code projects so I can understand the technologies that are driving these platforms better, and it sometimes yields really kind of cool things as a result of that. I created a list. It was at that time just a block list because they didn't have informative lists on Blue Sky back when I created the initial news list. And my goal for it was to create a verified source of news media titles that were posting on Blue Sky. There was a previous news feed kind of before that, but it shut down due to the author not wanting to do it anymore. And so my feed was kind of there, and I stood up and said, hey, this now exists, and people started gravitating towards it. And after a while, Blue Sky started including it with user onboarding and in the main feeds list, and it just kind of grew from there. And eventually, I was able to make it so that there's now a trending version of the feed, so that you can get whatever is popular in sort of like a algorithmically ordered version. My two big requirements for the news feed are that all titles have domain verifiable handles. That way I can know that it's actually the news org that's publishing instead of somebody with an RSS bot somewhere. And also that they produce original journalism. It's not just like an aggregator. This has been great because it's kind of allowed me to bully the world's news orgs into using a primary affordance of the platform. I think a big part of why news orgs are all now using domain handles, not just because it is like very obviously the thing that they should be doing as a organization that is presenting themselves as, you know, a source of trust within the world, but also because everybody else was doing it, and also they wanted the access to my feed, which has increased a lot of their traffic kind of over the years. Other thing I made was XBlock, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a third-party labeler that uses a machine learning algorithm that I trained to classify images on Blue Sky from the fire hose as a screenshot from a social network. So you can get a content warning saying, oh, this image is actually a Twitter screenshot. Doesn't say what's in it, doesn't say what kind of Twitter screenshot. Maybe it's a joke, maybe it's rage bait. Like, it just tells you that this is a Twitter screenshot and you can choose to look at it or not. This has had a very positive effect, I think, for a lot of people's mental health on the platform. They're able to avoid a lot of the negative news coming over from Twitter and just the general kind of animus that is perpetually emanating from the platform. And I've kept on for a while. I'll be talking a lot about Bluemoji because it was, I think, is short of the first-party labeler, the oldest third-party labeler on Blue Sky. I was following the pull requests for adding third-party labeler support to Blue Sky, like while they were still being in development. So I was like one of the very, very first people to be able to stand up a service once that functionality landed. And it's been a bit of a journey. I'm going to talk a little bit about that journey. So yeah, why does ATproto development need funding, and how do we get there? This is a topic that's really near and dear to my heart because I've had to run a lot of infrastructure out of my flat over the years. The first XBlock server was running off of like a Raspberry Pi in my partner's bedroom for the longest time. I still do all the inference for XBlock off of an old gaming PC that's sitting in my like home office. And I've also paid out of pocket for a lot of cloud hosting. And what I've kind of found over the years is like the third-party features and technologies that allow you to do things like my feeds, like my labeler on Blue Sky, are like so really well integrated within the platform that it's sometimes hard for users to understand that there are people who aren't Blue Sky making these things. I frequently get, told to add GIFs to Blue Sky or whatever because they think I work for Blue Sky. Because why would the primary news feed on the platform be run by somebody who's not a Blue Sky employee? But I think that's like it speaks to the power of what Blue Sky is willing to let us do with these technologies and be able to stand up really critical services that are very widely used by like a lot of people. And there's not a lot of support that people who are doing just hobbyist projects like mine quite often get. You can apply for grants, and I did apply for an ATPro grant for XBlock at one point, which has meant that I've not really ever paid for any of the heavier server, Firehose consumer stuff. It's all on AWS because that was part of the grant. But mostly third-party developers like me are reliant on donations from people who believe in the mission of that project. And shout out to Patrick Singletary for being like one of the sole people to constantly be flagging, hey, authors have donation pages here. If you really enjoy this project, contribute back to it. This is a possibility. You can, give to these projects. But we do need to get better at asking for help. At the same time, it's really hard to fund these things when you're just an individual or like a group of friends who are putting something together to try and make your experience on the platform a bit better. And like given this, like is it any wonder there's like kind of a deficit of professional, well-run labelers when the risk, time, hosting, and frustration costs are super high for them. And I'll be talking a little bit about those frustrations as I go into here. A lot of this experience stems from my existence in the trans community. We had a very big, well-defined third-party moderation experiment kind of earlier in Blue Sky's life, and it fizzled out for a lot of reasons. And I'm not going to go into any of the reasons. I'm not going to talk about it. I guess it all wasn't at all involved with it, but I can appreciate some of the frustrations and challenges that they experienced as a labeler while they were existing. And to ask another question, how do we use the incredible foundation that ATPro has given us to stand up new services and platforms? And how can we use this to both protect and give voice to marginalized communities, such as mine? Next slide. So here's my idea. Monetizing custom feeds on Blue Sky could be the single most effective way to support the growth and ongoing maintenance of community initiatives. To be able to do this, feeds need to be able to mark promoted posts as paid for to comply with local advertising legislation. Feeds like mine, which show surface news content, really need to be able to do this, because how do you tell whether a post is an ad or if it's a first-party piece of journalism without that kind of labeling? This is a challenging subject matter, and I've consistently gotten the sense from people working at Blue Sky that this is a really big challenge that they still need to kind of work through when they're already dealing with a million other fires that they're currently firefighting. So I can appreciate this is probably the last thing they want to think about at the moment. But if we get this right, the rewards are huge. And it's a rare opportunity to do things better. When I was working on Bluemoji initially, I was really cautious that anything I was doing with Bluemoji might cause issues with the rest of the network, might cause headaches for Blue Sky, whatnot. So I talked with Brian quite a bit, and I think it was Brian who introduced me to the concept of rusting something open. It's rusted open. It's been open for so long that you can't shut it because it's been rusted open. And maybe there's a rare opportunity to do this with monetizing content on Blue Sky. And I'll get there. But first, let's talk a little bit about those two meltdowns I had. And I promise you, I'm not trying to be self-indulgent here. I'm not trying to be cute with all this. I'm being really vulnerable about all of this, so please bear with me. Thank you. And I say all this to kind of express some of the challenges and difficulties that labelers especially face, and third-party moderation and composable moderation in general. So the first one was launching XBlock. At that point, I had just deployed Ozone pretty much. I hadn't trained the machine vision model. I didn't have any volunteers helping me out. It was entirely all manual. The first, I'd say, probably 4,000 labels that were generated by XBlock were all completely manual. I set up like a queue so that I could manually flag things, and whenever an image showed up that resembled a screenshot, I would then add it to the training set and be able to then gradually train the model off of that. This was extremely painful, endless, strenuous, mind-numbingly dull work that frequently became soul-crushing just due to the nature of the rage bait screenshots that I was having to see day in, day out, all the time. The meltdown happened when I was with my partner in Brighton. My partner is an electronic musician, and they were playing a gig at one of the bars in Brighton. And it was just like really the first, I think, weekend that XBlock was really running in any meaningful capacity. And I was looking at Ozone on my mobile phone, trying to clear this queue that was starting to grow. And I was now being the sole curator of, ultimately, this list of reports about screenshots that hadn't been labeled that I then had to manually label and, action. And I went through, a couple screens of screenshots sitting at the edge of the dance floor while electronic music is thundering around me, and I was like, cool, I cleared the queue, and I, went and danced a little bit, and then came back an hour later and looked at my phone again, and the queue had like doubled in size. There's this brand new queue to curate, or not curate, but to clear. And so I did that, and I just tried to get on with my evening. The next morning, I looked at, I started to see some of those labels show up on Blue Sky, and I clicked them, and I had hidden like the really triggering content, and I could see that I had done something like really cool with this. I saw there was value to this, and it encouraged me to keep going, that I should really pursue this and try and make it a reality. So I worked through the fact that I had basically created for myself my own personal torment nexus, and I applied for an ATProto grant, which I did get, and that helped with hosting, and that helped too. I also found some volunteers for my queue. I've had 3, but mostly 2 people who have been like really helping me, helping keep the queue clear. Even the many times the model's fallen over because it's running off of local infrastructure sitting in my flat. And a big part of why XBlock is still running today is due to the work of like 2 volunteers in particular. They do this really thankless anonymous work, and they stay anonymous because all moderation is inherently challenging if you start to make it about personalities and who's doing that moderation work. So they've done this work day in, day out for months, and I have so much respect for them. They just believe in what XBlock is doing, and I'd probably have given up like ages ago if it wasn't for them. Quick round of applause for them, just anyways, please. Thank you. So the second meltdown was also XBlock related. I kind of want to set the record straight about what happened with this. This was like shortly after like the massive influx of people post-election was occurring. And a combination of, so I had a post sometime around 8,000 followers where I'm like, I am way too mentally ill to have nearly 8,000 followers, and within like 6 weeks I was over 20. So yeah, that was an adjustment, suffice to say, and I kind of felt that starter packs were like the vector that people were finding me. With the benefit of hindsight, it was probably starter packs, and also the fact that my name is on the newsfeed. I didn't really know how popular the newsfeed was at the time because I had no analytics for it because I was just running it off of the feed generator boilerplate. So, I got frustrated, and I felt that like the work that I was putting into XBlock and into Bluemoji, into my feeds were just, it was something that was going to cause me to have like some kind of, mental collapse at some point. And I didn't feel like I was supported. I didn't feel like things were going to get really any better. Kind of around this whole time, there was a specific moderation challenge that happened with the trans community. Let's just leave it at that. And it sort of resulted in the message getting muddled a little bit. I was mostly feeling unsupported and upset from the engagement I was trying to get on Blue Sky, mostly from people who were new to the platform who didn't understand that I was just a volunteer building these things out. But it was also it was a moment because I kind of became really worried that third-party moderation projects like XBlock were going to be held up as the solution to any more involved moderation than what Blue Sky PBC is able to do it themselves. So, and I didn't want to be held up as an exemplar of this technology if I didn't feel supported. So I put XBlock on hiatus, I put Bluemoji on hiatus, which is honestly probably the stupidest thing that I did, but honestly. And I went back to Mastodon. And for a few beautiful days, I just didn't care about my personal torment nexus. But I worked through it. And eventually, I got back to building things because I got bored on the Fediverse, so I wanted to come back to Blue Sky. And I came back and I restarted my projects. And thanks again to the continued work of my two volunteers who kind of kept XBlock rolling while I was not really paying attention to it and continuing to do that work. Everything was being basically manually labeled at the time. Yeah, I worked through it. So. The thread that connects both of these is a lack of support. Even as I watch my projects become load-bearing, everyone's seen this XKCD. It's like XKCD 2347. There's this tiny little block at the bottom that's supporting up all this infrastructure, and it's talking about dependencies in like a software development context, but really it's kind of dependencies in general. It can be felt as. I felt like I was that block, and I felt like the load on top of that block was getting heavier and heavier as the days progressed, and I just didn't feel supported, and that's, I think, where a lot of those anxieties came about. And so I come to one of my first points, the need to support third-party projects, particularly ones dealing with moderation. The promise of community moderation will never be fully fulfilled if we don't support third-party moderators in very real ways, if we can't make that work rewarding for community moderators in some way beyond just good vibes, and especially so if they're meant to be significant guard against bad actors targeting our communities on Blue Sky. My lived experience of composable moderation, it's scary, it's risky, it's very labor intensive. And XBlock is composable moderation on easy mode. Like, half of the labeling is done completely automated. My criteria for labeling a post is very specific. Is it a screenshot? Then it gets a label. Is it not? Then it's not. It's very non-controversial. It's probably like one of the least controversial bits of moderation happening on the site in some ways. But I still had 2 meltdowns because of it. Like, it's challenging to run these things, and I can't even begin to imagine how challenging it is for people who run actually content-focused moderation, who have to get into the weeds with discourse and try and get context from these moderation decisions that they're doing, some of which will not be popular, some of which will like inevitably tick off a huge cohort of people who are trying to use the platform and think that they have a right to use the platform in whatever way they want. It's challenging work, and we need to find ways of supporting people who are doing it. I'm going to switch gears for a bit and talk about Grays. I'm a huge fan of Grays. Basically, when I was trying to create a new model for XBlock, Devin really helped me out to, thank you. I was trying to try a new version of XBlock because I realized that a screenshot that had multiple social networks in them were actually being missed because the model was splitting the probability between both of them. So if you had, a just Facebook screenshot would score higher than a screenshot of Facebook and Twitter. So I tried to change how I was training things and try and put like a new approach into doing that work. And I was close to giving up. And at the time, XBlock's, like the fire hose had like surged in volume, and it was really, really challenging to be able to parse the entire fire hose, which is what XBlock does. Devin came along and helped me get that working in a sustainable way, and I'm still using code from that experience, and it's running today, even as I'm half a world away talking at a conference. I really truly believe that Graze is like the next wave of AT protocode. It's one of the most exciting projects on AT Pro that I've seen. It's really, really good. I have a post up here talking about how I created the trending Canadian news feed, which is a variant of the news feed. I built it like sitting in bed watching TV on my phone in like 5 minutes. And it doesn't have a huge audience so far. I just released it like just the other day, but for the people who would find a source of just Canadian news valuable, I'm from Western Canada, by the way, not from the UK. I moved to the UK in 2011, which is why I have this funny accent. It's a very valuable way to be able to create these things, and I think it expands like, you know, dramatically on like the work that was originally sort of, you know, available through Skyfeed. One thing it has, and that the Grace team has been working on, is being able to turn on monetization for your feeds with one click. You can set your cost per millis, basically the cost per 1,000 impressions, to whatever you want. It gives you detailed analytics of how many times your feed has been viewed, how many times it's been refreshed, and from that you can kind of get a sense of how potentially lucrative it could be. Graze takes a 30% cut, you get a 70% cut, which is really pretty good in terms of online marketing. They give you analytics, and most importantly, like, I work in news media. I've known a lot of ad people in my life, and Graze don't strike me as ad people. I'd probably be running a million miles in the other direction if they came across as ad people. They're also like very serious Blue Sky users, and they kind of understand and have a sensitivity to kind of the needs of the platform in some very serious ways. And the people wanting to monetize their feeds on Graze are Blue Sky users. Some of the feeds that are considering this are in this list here. And some of them are like really well-known feeds that people probably have pinned to their app. I don't have my feeds in here because I have that labeling requirement, and I think it's really important to be able to label promoted content. But if I did monetize them, I have about 120,000 daily average users for the newsfeed on average, which would substantially almost double Graze's ad inventory. And that's before it, you know, became noticeable that you could do this, and other feed creators would try and do the same. It would really kind of help push along this argument from their side. Feed creators are being abundantly cautious here. We're not running headlong into this. We're being very measured about how we approach this, because we know that it is a thing that people will possibly take umbrage about. So there's a lot of caution being presented with this. So I think there's really real value here. This is some stats for a post that I put into the rotating section of the newsfeed. Part of the reason why I made the newsfeed in the first place was to help lift and elevate queer journalists. I'm a member of the Trans Journalists Association, and I have a deep amount of respect for the work the TJA does. And Queer AF is an org that I've always looked up to. I think they're doing incredible work in telling LGBTQ stories. And they had a yearly funding drive. And just on a whim, I decided to put that as like the rotating post in the news feed. And yeah, they blew past their fundraising goal like 2 days before it was like the deadline for it. And I just did it because it was a good thing to do. It does, however, really show how effective this might be for people who are wanting to promote their posts. It was viewed by nearly 200,000 unique users 1.35 million times in like 3 days. So here's some like just general numbers and how like I'm seeing like what it would mean to me if I actually monetize my news feed. I average about 1 million feed requests a day, which is the unit that Graze calculates ad sales from. A feed request is a refresh of the feed when you've hit it, or when you reach the limit of the post returned by the app view. That is, you see an ad every 50 posts if there's one campaign running at full utilization. users refresh the feed about 9 times per day on average. I mean, they would see about 9 promoted posts in their total daily usage of the feed. Using extremely conservative calculations, the feed could rake north of 24,000 USD per month. And that's at like a $1 CPM, which is like absolutely rock bottom. I can increase it anywhere from 6 to 10-fold. And each feed can also run several campaigns, which, if you take all this together, is just like an absolutely ridiculous amount of money that Blue Sky has suddenly generated for people building things on this platform, just by letting Grace do this. But like, yeah, I could, if this happened, I could suddenly get like a lot of money, and that'd be really cool, and I could maybe actually afford to buy a flat in central London, heavens. But you know, I love engineering. I don't want to retire off of the back of my news feed earnings. I don't want to be selfish with that money. I realize how much news media as an industry kind of traumatizes my community on like a daily basis. What I need for the world is to get better for queer people like myself. What I need is for my social media experience to be safe and to protect voices like mine. And so to that end, I plan to set up a trust to distribute funds paid into it to community initiatives that help with these goals. I don't want the creator of the next X Block to have a panic attack due to a lack of support while they're trying to enjoy their partner's music. I want us to build the most vibrant and effective ecosystem of apps and services we can dream of together as a community. Which is why I'm announcing this tentative trust. I've done absolutely no legwork around this yet. This is very, 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 very early days, and if I can't end up monetizing my fees, it probably won't take off. But this is the dream that I'm trying to present here. I'm dead serious about this. I want to help monetize my feed to help make Graze sustainable as a software project, because they still get their 30% cut. And I want to help do this in a way that's perhaps the most audacious attempt to fund Blue Sky community endeavors. I want to take a large chunk of my ad earnings and give it to the people who are doing important work. And I want to make ATPro development sustainable and rewarding. I don't mean in any way to compete with Skyfund or free air feeds. I don't see the projects I'll fund as being in the same interest areas. It's a different lane. I want to focus mainly on moderation and LGBTQ user safety. And I don't want to take donations. I just want to directly pay for my community's needs via the success of my custom feeds. This is because long-running projects like Labelers need more than just the occasional grant. They need reliable income so they can pay people for the moderation work they do. Imagine if we had labelers that paid moderators a salary to endure the constant challenges that role requires. Imagine if new projects could have their hosting costs taken care of while they get off the ground. Imagine if the trans community could fund our own infrastructure and moderation teams, sensitive to the needs and cultural environment we exist in right now. And you're probably skeptical about my ambition with this, and I wouldn't blame you. I'm working on this idea, and it's scary and ambitious, but I think it's necessary. But if I did manage to pull this off, if I did create a trust that paid out to ATproto projects focusing on the LGBTQ community, I have an idea of the first one I would invest in. I am a card-carrying member of the North Sky Cooperative. Thank you. I won't be talking too much about North Sky because I'm pretty much just like a developer for it. I've been helping with the front end, particularly for the migrator tool. So, and I wouldn't want, it's because we're a co-op, I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the co-op about things that I'm not really expert in. But if you don't know about North Sky, it's a new social cooperative based in Canada, intended to enable vulnerable and marginalized communities to use Blue Sky in a way that attempts to protect them through both a combination of innovative technologies, data sovereignty, and just sensitivity to the needs of our community. A lot of the people putting North Sky together are very recognizable queer voices on Blue Sky, and this is entirely a community-driven endeavor. Our goal is we're very much inspired by Rudy and the work that Black Sky has done, and we're really I can't even begin to express like the depth of gratitude we have for the work that Black Sky has done in kind of creating this path for us. we want to set up parallel infrastructure similar to what Black Sky is doing, focusing on the needs of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community and other groups typically neglected by mainstream social media platforms who are particularly at risk from the ever-present geopolitical situation. Starting with PDSs, moving to moderation infrastructure, and depending on how things go, setting up more things like possibly a relay, possibly an app view. We're very much, thinking we want to have a lot of our own stuff. As a worker-run co-op, we hope to give our users a serious voice in how we operate and to approach moderation with a sensitivity. And they're ambitious goals, but we're trying. And trans people won't be silenced by this or any other administration. And if it means we have to set up an entire parallel infrastructure, an entire damn social network, then you bet your asses we'll do that. And that's, I think, what's driving a lot of this. In closing, I don't have any notes for this one. This is a mural. It's a ghost sign in my former neighborhood. I walk past this every single day going to work. Before I came out as trans, I would see this every day as I was walking. And it was the sort of thing, Courage is a brewery in London, and this is just like an ad, but it's been left here over the years, and it's persisted, and it's continued to be there. And I think a lot of people in my neighborhood take it as a kind of just like a mantra, almost like something that guides them. And as I was coming out as a 6'3" lime green wearing trans woman working in the British news media, it gave me a lot of hope. And I think kind of if I can leave you with one message, it's take courage. We need to take courage going into the next year because a lot of things will be really difficult. I think none of us are oblivious to this fact. We need to have courage as business people. We need to have courage as developers. We need to have courage as educators. Take courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Andra. All right, do we have any questions? Come on up. Besides, what are you up to with Bluemoji next? What would you? How can we help you with Bluemoji? Because I think there's a number of people who are interested also in that.
Well, I would. I started Bluemoji kind of as an attempt to understand how lexicons work. It's one of my continuing to do Blue Sky stuff so I can at some point write about it a bit better. And it kind of predated lexicon community. I think it would be I would welcome lexicon community taking over Bluemoji as a project if Nick's around. Yeah.
Cool, we will definitely tell Nick.
Okay. Thank you for your talk. It was really, really good. I think, again, to say it, we have a unique opportunity here because there are so many builders who are building. What can we do to help? Is it as much as following these feeds, or is there things that you want to see inside applications? Yeah, that would help the community.
From like the builder perspective, I think when communicating with people about the projects you do on Blue Sky, just expressing to people that these are projects that are being often built by volunteers, by contributors who are really just wanting to make the platform a better place. And sometimes just, I think kind of like one of the biggest challenges moving into like the next year is it's less a, technology kind of challenge, but more of a user education challenge. My experience with the newsfeed and with the interactions I've had with people from the newsfeed is user literacy on Blue Sky, particularly amongst the cohort that I've joined since about November. It's a challenge, and I think the more we do together as a community of developers to improve user literacy around these topics, I think ultimately the better the things we make will be, and the better understood they will be by our users. Thank you.
Hey, I know you mentioned that you're running XBlock in AWS now and you've got grants for it and everything, but can you give an estimate of like just what the throughput on that is at this point? Because I imagine you're looking at like every screenshot, like just order of magnitude, what does it take to process everything that you're seeing on the network?
Well, okay, so I think I parse in the neighborhood of like, I'll say checked is about like 400,000 images like a day sort of thing. I'm just running it off of like a, it's like a GTX 980 Ti or something. It's like a just 8-year-old graphics card just from like a very aging gaming PC. And the fact that like I'm able to basically parse the entire fire hose like with this is like really impressive. That's like one of the things that excites me the most about ATPro development is that you can stand up these like experimental services using just like random computers lying around your flat, and you can provide a useful service to people on the platform. I think it's really cool.
The home lab dream.
Yeah.
Hi. So mostly a comment. I get you about the meltdown. I run the pronounce labeler, and I had to deal with this myself. And just like I would say, like it's not even moderation related. It's very much like being on easy mode. Everything is like automated. You like a post. But I've had to deal with like lots of requests, a huge amount of attention. The network has grown in ways that are like very unexpected. Like suddenly we had a ton of Brazilians, and then they all left. And then suddenly we had a ton of Americans from after the election. And yeah, so from this perspective, I get it. Running a labeler has not really been expensive for me. It's not really been so much of a cost issue, but there's definitely something about a single person will manage this thing, which is kind of like very important on the network. And it's like everyone like trusts me with their pronoun label, which I could change when I want. Labelers have access to a little thing called ID, the ID label, and everyone trusts us with this. So yeah, there's like, I very much like what the Blue Sky team does, but there's something to be said about how it gives a lot of responsibilities to small devs, and we don't get much in return, and sometimes you just want to kind of give up, and that's how projects die, and they get abandoned. I'm curious to see what Now Sky could do. Like, is there a project for maybe labeler? Because there's not many third-party moderation labelers. It's almost felt like labelers have mostly just been used for just novelty stuff, like labeling yourself with like a Harry Potter house and all. So yeah, I think it's also something that could be worth investing in. Just yeah, I don't know, I'm curious.
So yeah, standing up so at the moment we're just getting the PDSs kind of stable and resilient, and we're hopefully inviting the initial beta users to test the PDSs. We're a little bit hesitant to still because you can't transfer back once you've transferred out of like the Blue Sky PDSs. But kind of like once we get all the PDS side stuff like working really safely and stably, I think that's our first priority, simply because of sort of like the data sovereignty issues that's attached to that and the kind of concerns that people in the trans community have right now. But moderation tooling is definitely something that we're very, very seriously considering and very much looking into. It's probably like we're not entirely sure how it's going to look at this point, but it is something that we're paying like a lot of attention to and really considering what our options are with it.
Well, I'll start with a thank you for all that you've done, and hard relate on the meltdown factor potential. Not to worry us all collectively too much, but what are some of the big challenges you see coming up in the next year, and how can we collectively help, and also how can we collectively find and build a helpful community that doesn't leave any single person as the single point of failure for a needed service in our modern decentralized digital world that is going to sit on all of our backs?
That's a good question. I think in some ways, as we build new services and as new services come online, having a sense of, I think the understanding of the challenge domain of setting up one of these has improved quite a lot since I set up mine. I think people have a much better understanding of how much labor now goes into them, because we've had a few examples of that. But I think, yeah, the one thing I think that would help is as things I think have scaled to a point where it's less easy to do one of these things reliably as like an individual. I think the more we can work collaboratively and start doing things as groups, setting them up, I think ultimately the easier and more sustainable they'll be. So yeah, I think in terms of work with people and if you have a good idea, find other people who are excited about the idea and start doing it together. Like it's probably will be a lot less meltdown inducing than trying to go it your own at this point, especially with the volume of the network at this point.
Normalize taking breaks.
Yeah, yes, absolutely that. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Andra. Any other questions? Otherwise, we will move on. All right, thank you very much, Andra. All right, up next we have Phil. There you are, excellent. Yeah, and very excited to have Phil joining us to transition on the home lab point. I definitely need something to do with all the Raspberry Pis that I have impulse bought and are now just sitting around my house. So I'm excited to learn more about what we can do with them and our aspirations for how much infrastructure we can run off of our home internet connections.
I will accept in-kind donations of any Raspberry Pis if. All right. It's true. Oh no.
And yes, thank you, Andra, for also demonstrating that you can run critical infrastructure off of Raspberry Pis in your house.
Can do. I'll just do the whole thing. Mirrored? Is that going to be mirrored? Okay. Okay. Please ignore my desktop. So small.
Also, shout out to all of the Canadian-American relations, I think, in terms of the folks who have come to speak and the sort of history of microblogging from Blaine all the way up to today, too. So, all right, you set up?
Yep.
Cool. Hit the...
Yep.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Thank you. I will hand it off to Phil.
All right. Okay. I'm Phil. My pronouns are they, them. Thanks. I'm a mom to some plants. I'm non-binary, but I haven't updated my passport gender marker, so I was able to get into this country relatively easily. The border control has fresh fingerprints from me. It's not easy for everybody to get here. I know we also have folks here thanks to external sponsorships like the Umoja Fellowship, and the conference itself has also supported me and supported getting folks here. Building community takes work, and it's intentional effort, and what we build isn't separate from the world around us and the community we work in, even and maybe especially when we're deep in a social networking protocol. Blaine said technology matters, but it doesn't matter more than people, and I don't know, I just really liked that, and I'm not going to be as values forward in this talk as I usually would be, but wanted to just say that. I'm going to talk about ATProto at the small scale. I'm going to have a bit of overlap with Devin's talk earlier. I'm going to be a little bit meaner, but I'm going to try and wrap it up and be optimistic, because I'm pretty optimistic. So self-hosting is something that I've spent the most time on so far in ATProto. So by that, what I'm going to mean is small versions of services that tap into larger lexicons, third-party lexicons specifically. Just starting my timer so I don't lose track. Okay, and then the other kind is building new apps. So this is like starting from zero, a new app, you want to build it in ATProto. And I think these are distinct but related. I've already used the word lexicon here. I think a lot of folks here will know what that means, but I'm going to just generally use it to refer to app-specific data. So AppProto is this open protocol that you can build many apps on, and when I say lexicon, I just mean like the Blue Sky lexicon is all the data that Blue Sky uses. And app view is probably a word I'm going to say a bunch. And in this talk, it just means backend. Yeah. So in order to get to the second kind, which we're going to start with, so hosting new apps on AppProto, Blaine took us through a great sort of like explanation of what that can look like, what that can be. But I actually want to start with like the choice to use AppProto, and especially compared to a more classic app architecture, because I think somebody asked yesterday, like, how can I tell somebody they should use AppProto? Like, what is it? And I think it's important to remember like what the alternative is. Like, so you might have a client app, a SQL database, and an API in between. And like, this is a very well-trodden path. You've got choices of frameworks you can use for APIs. You've got choices of platforms and frameworks you can use for the client app. You'll probably use JSON or maybe be fancy and use gRPC or something, but like, it's very well established, and there's not a lot of problems that you're likely to run into that you can't find an answer for pretty quickly. And like, what's the kind of like simple conceptualization of AppProto? It's like you take all the data that's inside that backend service and like locked into the platform, and you pull it out, right? We've got personal data servers, PDSs, and we've pulled them outside of the walls of that backend. And if you kind of like squint at it, I'm missing the relay here, but you have a different write path in your app, but otherwise, like, as the saying goes, it's like not that different from writing a regular app. I'm sure all the folks that have like built app views love to hear when people say that it's just like building a regular app, but with a different write path. If you do the classic app architecture and you use something like SQL for data storage, it gives you a lot. And I think it's important to also remember that. So here's a database where we have users, posts, and likes. So users can create posts and like other people's posts. And we have typed data. We have relationships between these different sort of like data types that we can enforce constraints about. We can even do fancy things like having unique composite keys that make sure you can't have duplicate records. And this is very beneficial if you're writing an application, because you know that the data that's inside your app at least conforms to whatever constraints you can put into your schema. On top of that, you get a nice query optimizer for free with like decades of research making it like pretty good at just kind of anything you want to do with it. If you need an index because you've got a slow path, just say, database, please put an index here, and it will do it correctly. And there's tons of tooling for working with this, right? And I think also not to be underestimated is like, you have a really clear source of truth for any given data in your system. One thing that kind of came to me as I was thinking about this talk was, instead of maybe thinking about what does a system like enable you to build, what does it invite you to build? I don't have a deep philosophy behind this, but I think when designing protocols, like, is something that I've sort of like felt in AppProto at different points of sort of like, oh, it seems like they're really inviting this kind of interaction or like discouraging this. And yeah. Okay, so if you build on a SQL database, you're going to scale up. Hopefully, your app might become successful. And if your app becomes like super, super mega successful, then like at some point you might outgrow your database. This is not going to happen for almost any app that ever gets built. You can go like so far on a SQL database. That's like what I've done for pretty big systems that I've scaled up. But at some point, maybe you hit like Facebook or Twitter scale or something, and you're not going to be able to keep running on a single SQL database. So you might start with read replicas, and at each step here, you lose something. So read replicas, it's like, okay, now you can scale horizontally for all your reads because you have a copy of all your SQL data, but you have this new invariant you have to maintain where if you write some data to your like writer primary store, and then you try to like do a query that reads it, you have to be careful that like you can't read that out of the reader right away because there's a lag between the reader and the writer. And so this is something you like gave up, traded off for higher scalability, and it's something that now all of your developers have to kind of take on themselves to enforce. As we kind of like go down here, that happens more and more. So maybe you like shard your database, you spin out some microservices. Eventually, your like write throughput becomes so extreme and going in so many directions that maybe you put it into a queue that looks a little bit like an event log. You might want to hydrate some responses in advance, so you give up your beautiful SQL fully normalized thing. And at all of these, it's like, you denormalize your data. Now you have to do extra work in your development team to make sure you don't write bugs because you have different copies that need to be updated together. I didn't have time to make these diagrams like as kind of closer as I wanted to make it, but I think where I'm going with this, which you probably saw, is like when we say that ATProto turns the data service inside out, I think it's important to, or what I would add to that is that it turns like a Facebook or Twitter scale data service inside out. So all these components that you like get at higher scale are kind of like there in ATProto, but they're not things that you actually have to deal with for small apps most of the time. Okay, so with this kind of imaginary app that we're making that may or may not hit some scale, I also just wanted to like highlight some assumptions that you have to that are almost axiomatic in terms of like building new apps. So one is that you read more than you write. This is a database called SLED for Rust, an embedded key value store. And if you scroll down to performance, it'll be like a typical kind of performance claim on a database where they'll say like whatever performance, 1 billion operations and however long with 95% reads and 5% writes. We're going to come back to that because that'll either be true or not true depending on the kind of app you're building in ATProto. And durability is, I think, like a really kind of fundamental thing that changes in ATProto. So like you have your classic app backend and somebody makes a new post, and before you say, okay, I got it, you want to write it to the database durably because you don't want to lose people's data. And in a normal app architecture, if you lie and you say like, oh, I got it, and then you lose that data, users will be very unhappy. That's something that like kind of table stakes for any database is this like assumption of like read more than write, and like durability is really paramount. Okay, so let's say we decide to build this app on ATProto. Read more than write is probably still going to be true if you're building a new app. So 0 users, new lexicon, you're doing your own thing. You're going to have more reads than write it because it's a normal app. Your data goes into a PDS instead of your own data store with all those constraints. So you're definitely going to want to expect some bad data coming through your lexicon. In a lot of cases, you can just ignore it. But it also means that like if you write a bug into your client app and you start submitting like bad data accidentally, then where before you would be able to reject that bad data with an error in your backend, now all that data is going to go into people's PDSs, maybe, depending on how you set things up, but probably will end up in people's PDSs, and it's kind of like your problem, and you've sort of like lied about, like it actually is durable, but you're rejecting it in your app view because it's invalid. And the last one is, I think like an important loss from AppProto is that because everything's coming through this event log from different people's PDSs, the sequencing of events, like there is no global universal clock. So if somebody writes a post and somebody likes that post, which happened first? In our SQL database, we said like a like has to refer to a post that exists, and that's a nice constraint to be able to have. But if somebody makes a like, you can't assume that just because you haven't seen the post yet means it doesn't exist. So that's extra complexity you have to take on. There's some cool things, like that durability requirement that most databases take as table stakes is kind of, like at least from your app view, the database that you're putting in there, you don't really need it. As long as you don't corrupt your database, and as long as you're committing like with some frequency, like literally 72 hours if you want the most extreme version, but like the event log through the relay gives you replay. So as long as you're committing like consistent kind of markers, you can just rewind and get people's data. As long as it landed in their PDS, you'll be able to get it back. There's a limit to the replay. If you're on Jetstream, it's 36 hours. If you're on the relays, I think as deployed, they're 72 hours. So you better fix your app in that time, or you're going to have a bad time. And you don't get to do back pressure against PDSs. So if your app goes viral, if you have networking issues, if anything else kind of like starts happening like that, that would disrupt your ability to process events as they're coming in, then you might have a bad time. Again, this is like mostly a future issue for bigger apps, but like looking again at the classic app architecture, if you go viral and you can't handle the load, you start rejecting events and people are unhappy because they can't post, but the app is telling them they can't post. It's not telling them, oh, your post was submitted, but now you can't see it. And you might need more write performance overhead than you think, because if you are down and you need to replay, then it's like a kind of different incident mode where with the classic app architecture, you're back online and it's like, okay, we're back, everything's good. With AppProto, it's like you're back online and now you have this backlog that you have to churn through before you're good. And if your sort of like write performance overhead is only 2x, then you're down for 1 hour. It's going to take like 30 minutes just to reach where you are, and now you're 30 minutes later. Like, you have to be able to process a lot of write. Okay, so I'm still excited about AppProto, despite all that. And I'm going to switch gears over to self-hosting, which is what I've spent a bit more time on. And I'm going to try and tie it back together. Okay, so I wanted to show likes on posts that I was receiving through the Firehose, and that was difficult without, like, I think there's a Blue Sky XRBC endpoint to do it, but I didn't want to use Blue Sky's infrastructure. I wanted to self-host, and so I decided to build a backlink aggregator, and I decided to start with likes. So to get into what that all meant, I'm going to kind of like, so we have these different PDSs in AppProto where like everybody has all their own data. That also includes links. So for example, this is a like that I made yesterday from the Blue Sky app. This is AppProto browser, a really awesome tool to be able to inspect AppProto detail from people's PDSs. And so this is the like I made. It's got the type there, Blue Sky like, and the subject is this thing that is called a strong ref, and it's got this link-looking thing. Oops. This link-looking thing and a CID. We're going to ignore the CID for now and just say that like this link is what makes a like in Blue Sky. So I own the like. The post I liked doesn't own the like. It's mine, and I like a post by creating a link to that post. So if you want to know about everybody who liked a post, you have to be listening to all the likes that are happening and aggregating them somehow, because otherwise, like, am I going to crawl the whole network and see everybody's likes to see which one point to this post? So we've had a few kind of like talks about the PDS, so I'm going to kind of go a little quickly here, but actually just want to shout out atp.tools, which is another PDS browser. So I showed you my side of that interaction, which was creating the record, and then this is another PDS browser where I can follow that link through and see what the post was. And so this was the post. And so yeah, we have these like two different records and they link in one direction. Every social interaction in AppProto fundamentally is a link. You're interacting by creating some content in your PDS, and the interaction happens because you created a link to a record in somebody else's PDS. Okay, so what database are we going to put this huge aggregator in? I kind of have a wrong answers only approach whenever I see a new interesting problem. So I was like, I don't know, how far will SQLite go? Far enough. You can aggregate all likes in the Firehose with SQLite. I made a little demo with the ATproto browser, Tom Sherman's tool, and it showed all the likes on records, and that was kind of cool. So I was pretty optimistic. I thought I would hit a performance cliff once I overflowed the write-ahead log or something, but it actually just kept working. But it was actually very close to the ceiling of write performance. And when I started looking at all the events happening in the Firehose, it was like, okay, no, SQLite, I'm not good enough at SQLite to make it happen. I want to see somebody make it happen in SQLite, but it's not me. Yeah. Yes, synchronous off. There's a lot of knobs to tweak in SQLite to make it run well and fast. The durability one is kind of part of why I said durability there is because there's durability settings you can set in SQLite, and I think those would have helped gain a lot, but I actually couldn't put it below normal because they don't guarantee corruption and safety on crash. So it's not just that you're giving up durability, you're also giving up corruption. Okay, it doesn't really matter how I built this, but I kind of treated SQLite like a key value store. It was really bad. Strings just joined with a little upsert thing. And then I did this, which is really bad. Wrong answers only, again. And if you've built something on AppProto before and tried to support deletes, then you might see what's happening here. That that I created has a link to the post I liked. And in my database, I'm storing the link target, it's all indexed by the link target with a kind of blob of likers. Again, this is probably not how you should do it in SQLite, but what that means is that the only way I can look up that post is by the target that it was linking to. And unfortunately, when you get a delete event in the current Firehose, all you get is the information about your own repo. So here's yet another PDS browser, PDSLS, and we've got, this is wireless, cool. Okay, so we got the post I made has this R key, the 3LK thing. It's in my likes collection, and that's my identity there, did PLC. So all of this is the content, but that's sort of the address. So when I delete this record, all you get is the address, none of this content. So in my schema, I can't go back to find the find the right target to look up and remove myself from there. So I did the worst thing possible, which is just create a big table of deleted likes, and then whenever you ask for a like, it just says for each one, has it been deleted? It did work. I'm going to do like a super quick tangent on the delete events and what's invited to kind of bring it back to that question. So this was one of the first things I made on AppProto. It's a live feed of all deleting posts from Blue Sky. I'm going to close that because there's no official policy that I agreed to not to put live Firehose content on the screen. But also, anyway, I think that app wasn't invited by the protocol, and in fact, it was kind of hard because you don't get the content when you get deletes. It has to actually keep a cache of all post records so that when a delete comes in, it can look up what was just deleted and expose it. But there's a change to the protocol right now with Sync 1.1 where the deleted content will be included in the Firehose, right? It's not just the hash, it's the content of it? It's just the hash. Oh, okay. Okay, I've gone back and forth about how I feel about it because I thought it was exposing the content, which would have invited more things like that, which I think is like not good. But it would also make like supporting deletes for any third-party app, if it was there, it would make it so much easier because everybody has to maintain these like forward records right now in order to support deletes. So I guess we have to keep doing that. Okay, so my little app view is on the Blue Sky lexicon, which is huge. I'm starting with 0 users that care about my little likes indexer. So I think Jazz told me the other day that Blue Sky's in for us is about a 50-to-1 read to write. Don't tell me things if you don't want them on slides. We'll put them on slides. Okay, cool. And so I've made this indexer thing. Wanted to pull up the dashboard because I think it's kind of funny. Like this is a 24-hour view in Grafana, asking it to give me a bar chart. These bars don't seem like they're scaled correctly. So if we set the maximum manually, we see that 164,000 reads in 24 hours. I'm not getting 0 traffic. But I'll just keep adding zeros. Is that? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one. Anyway, my reads to write are 340 in the other direction. Whoops. Yeah, 340 in the other direction. So a really like extreme opposite of like a kind of axiomatic truth about building new apps, right? You read way more than you write, and it's like, no. If you're building something on an existing lexicon, you're writing like way more than you read. Okay, I already mentioned that. So, yeah, I think that a lot of these assumptions make something like choosing a database kind of a weird challenge because all the like traditional advice that you'll find on the internet about like how do you pick a database, or like someone like me who's like, I've scaled SQLite to like millions of users, but never needed to go beyond that. And it's like, okay, now we got to go beyond that. So I spent a long time testing out different key value stores. These were some of my like performance tests. Spent a lot of time making nice graphs. If anybody has questions about like specific data stores, I would be super happy to talk more. But I'm going to keep running. I'm going to pause on this one because this light blue line, this is like how many events per second it's processing from an empty database. So as time goes on, they all like kind of fill up and get worse. But the light blue one here, that is somehow like, that's SQLite. Up until about 5 million writes, if you crank up the write-ahead log settings in SQLite, you can get like ridiculous write performance. They've really made their write-ahead log efficient. Okay, skipping ahead, something funny happens with databases here. And we also get some really funny disk space usage charts. And I'm gonna, no, there's one more later. Here's my read performance charts. This one is a total lie, but it's one of the favorite charts I've ever made, which I can explain to anybody who's interested. But yeah, I've used like Redis a bunch. I thought that's what key value stores were. Turns out, if you really get into key value stores, then mostly what you're talking about is like byte keys and byte values, and storing them either in a B tree or some variation, or a log structured merge tree. And there's two kinds of like performance characteristics here. There's one that's like bad, and there's one that's kind of incredibly good. The B trees are all at the bottom there, and the LSM trees are at the top. So it took me quite a long time to learn that LSM tree, you hear they're better at writes or whatever, but like they're kind of fundamentally better at writes. And I'm not going to talk more about those, but I thought I was going to talk more specifically about data modeling, and would also like love to chat more with folks, but I couldn't quite pull it together to fit it in this talk. Okay, so the thing that is the backlink index that I built, which is now not just likes, but it's all interactions and ATProto across all lexicons. The way it does that is this. I was trying to just get this thing working so that I could finish a blog post that I wanted to quote it for. So I'm not showing this to show good code, and you can find at least 2 problems that you could probably go and mess with things right now if you really wanted to. But just to say that it's pretty simple, it's walking the JSON of every record that comes through the fire hose, and then that bottom thing there is whenever it sees a string, so it'll recurse into any object or array it finds, and whenever it finds a string, it makes an attempt to parse the whole string as a link, a DID, a URL, or a @URI, and if it finds it, then it indexes it. Okay, gonna run ahead a little bit here. It's self-hosted at home on a Raspberry Pi. If folks are interested in that, feel free to ask. Raspberry Pis keep coming up now these days, and I kind of have been anticipating a little bit more like, I'm running on a Raspberry Pi 5 with 16 gigs of RAM. So in a sense, it's like, yeah, it's running on like a tiny machine, a Raspberry Pi, but they're like 4 pretty fast cores now. I've got an NVMe over PCI Express 3.0. Like, this is way bigger than I usually pay for like a cloud instance of any kind, because you're talking like actual money at that point, like at least if you're like indie. I originally ran it on the 4B, and I'm intending to put it back on the 4B, which is like closer to what I would say is like a reasonably like very small machine. I said I wasn't going to talk about data modeling, but the one thing I wanted to say is that LSM trees force you to remove reads from your write path. And I was going to think of a better way to say this. If you're writing data, avoid doing any reads while you're trying to write, or you'll have a bad time with LSM trees. Because I'm me and I say wrong answers only all the time, I kind of like bargained with that, and so I still have some reads in my write path, which is why I had to move from the 4B to the 5. But I will get it back onto the 4B because I know how to remove those final reads, and it has quite a bit of overhead once those are removed. Actually, I think I've got time just to like really quickly. Do I have time? What time is it? Okay. 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 Hard to skip. Will this work? Oh yeah, this works. Okay. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is like my in the right path, the blue here is how much time I'm spending reading from RocksDB, and the purple time is how much time I'm spending writing. So you really have to remove the reads from your right path if you want to use the LSM tree. Also, deletes are a tiny fraction of the records coming through the fire hose, but because I have like basically uncached cold reads, this blue here is all deletes, and it's taking up like a equal or sometimes more time than creates. Anyway, reads in your right path. Don't do it. Even a 4B is fairly powerful. So I have a really old 12-year-old, some very, very old Pi Model B, and it's now running a full Jetstream consumer. So it can really scale down, even though I'm running on a Pi 5, which I feel a little self-conscious about because it's pretty big. And that, where is it? Okay, yeah, super quick demo of the thing running on the Pi, original Pi Model B. I'm cheating here, it's running on the 4B at home. I have the Model B with me, but it runs on this, it does run on this. It backfills like really fast, it's wild. I do offload TLS, so I'm cheating a little bit. It's not doing the encrypted Jetstream. I have it going through Nginx to remove TLS. But this is kind of like the thing I've been working on that I'll hopefully have up publicly later today, which is a kind of lexicon browser for the Firehose. So it's not a full archive at all. It's only storing the most recent sort of like 100 or few hundred records that it sees from every lexicon, but it stores them from every lexicon. So right now, if you want to make one of these third-party apps, and like you can do a Blue Sky thing, but I don't know, Blue Sky Lexicon is kind of overdone. Maybe you're like, oh, Rock Sky, that sounds cool. Like, how do you go and find the people who have Rock Sky like records that you can go and play with? So UFOs gives you a place where you can open up any lexicon and see like sample records that showed up on the real Firehose. Again, I'm showing live Firehose stuff on the screen. Yeah, Tangled, let's see, like we've got all the kind of Tangled things. Like you can build a alternate app view for Tangled. And I wanted to build this because I think like we're at a point where it's not easy to build on AppProto yet, and I think we both need like better tools for making it easy to build on AppProto, but we also need like more examples of like how easy it is to do some of the cool things that AppProto can do. So with the intersection of like a backlink index like I built and this UFOs thing that I built, like you can make the everything app. You can just like, you don't need to build your whole app view. You can just ask UFOs for like the latest records of whatever collections you want, and then you can open them up and see like, oh, this issue in Tangled comment is @link. So my backlink index is indexing that. You can say like, what is that actually pointing to, and get all the content you need to build a front-end JavaScript only view of Tangled if you wanted. So, okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. That's kind of where I'm at. The service layer on top of the protocol is so fresh that there's big gaps everywhere right now, and I'm interested in building out some tools to kind of like be the, calling back to that like traditional architecture SQL database with a JSON API and a client framework. Like you've got so many choices of like ORMs and like whatever language you want to use to build on top of your SQL database, or your client app, you know, or is React Native or fully native, yeah, I think like my stuff, Microcosm, is my attempt to sort of build out some of the tooling to make building on AppProto fun. But I also just want to say like, just because I'm building a backlink aggregator doesn't mean that it should be the only one by any stretch. I think there's 2 more backlink aggregator projects happening right now. And if you wanted to build something and you see somebody else building it, like, we don't just have one JavaScript UI framework. There's room for lots, and it's really good and important to have lots so that we can like move forward and find the right abstractions and the services that make sense.
Cool. Thank you so much, Phil. That was great. Okay. Questions for Phil, especially about all of the numerous graphs that Phil had on screen.
Thank you for this. This is fire. 2 questions. One is pretty easy. Second is a little spicy. First is, was it RocksDB that you ended up using?
At the moment, yeah, Rocks.
Cool. The second is, so Christine Limmer-Weber had put out that a series of articles discussing kind of the decentralization of app protocol and like, is it possible, right? Is it really decentralized? How decentralized is it? And I feel like for me, the way I've interpreted a lot of the conversations around decentralization have been like, first it was the PDS, then it was the relay, and then it was something people have started calling, I guess, archival relay, which is really just the app view and like, I think the backlink aggregators that you've been working on. So, and now I know that it is a lot what you described as heavy writes and not a lot of reads. I guess just what is your outlook on not necessarily the decentralization of app protocol, but specifically for a big service that everyone, majority of the entire network relies on right now, like Blue Sky, that would then require both writes and reads?
Yeah, I like that question a lot. I don't want to. Yeah. Okay. I'll hold. I think working backwards from that, Constellation, which is the backlink aggregator, is written in Rust. Somebody mentioned yesterday, like interfaces in Go are awesome, and Rust traits are awesome. Like interfaces in Go are awesome. Like these tools we have for like modular programming mean that we can separate the problem into pieces. And so Constellation actually has 2 storage implementations of a sort of like storage trait that it uses. One is RocksDB on the current data model. I'm working on another one for RocksDB on a better data model. And then the other real one is a sort of like in-memory one that's just nice for like running tests and stuff. But one of the reasons that I like really appreciated being able to define those traits in Rust is that you could plug in fial, which is another key value LSM tree, or what I am pretty keen to try is like plugging in something that's like not an LSM tree. Like, could you drive storage into like a clustered Garnet database, which is this like really cool, fairly new Redis compatible clustering, larger than memory data set thing from Microsoft Research, which even supports like tiering your cold data off to object storage. And because that can like operate in a cluster with whatever cool things they do to make that work, you would be able to scale reads on something like that as long as you can drive the right throughput like pretty far. I haven't sort of like found the limits on that. I will say that Raspberry Pi on the 4B, and I'm gonna like be defensive here and say like these are like worst case scenarios. Like it could do 1,000 reads per second of cold like random reads, but while consuming the firehose, because I have the reads in the write path, it's very cache dependent for that performance. So it can only do about like 300 reads per second while keeping up with the firehose. But on the 5B, I haven't hit the limit yet. Like it's more than 1,000 writes per second, even with this bad data model. So, and Rocks itself can do some replica style things. So even without going to like a fully kind of like separate paradigm, I think there's room to like scale up an index like this pretty high, even on fairly small machines. Yeah, okay, I see more questions. So yeah, but noted about the discussions around decentralization.
Thanks a lot, Phil. That ruled. Yeah, so there's a slide I cut from my talk, and this is my chance to like get it like kind of from your perspective. So I'm really interested in new experimental ways of building apps. I gave like a pretty traditional, like very top level view of what that looks like. But there's a few different ways we can go about it. And for people who don't want to have their own bespoke indexes, like soup to nuts, like themselves, they have kind of two options, like roughly. One is like, go to these like developer platforms like the Blue Sky API and build on top of that, and they're like very application specific. And then the other one is like to lean on services like you're working on that are like generic indexes. And like I'm really interested in kind of like that side personally. But yeah, I'm curious if you can flesh that out. Like, are there any other kinds of generic indexes that you think are like going to be really useful for app development aside from that backlinks example? And also like anything you could say on like mixing together, hey, I have some custom indexes and I'm augmenting them with these generic ones like running out there. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yes. I don't have a lot of insight into like more customized indexes, but I think that is something that is always going to be important for people building on AppProto. So like, I think like the analogy would be like SQLite. You can do joins pretty far without even thinking about indexes, and then like where you need them, you can be like, oh, I have a hot path here that's going really slow. Let me just throw an index on that. And so thinking about how somebody might use Constellation to build an app, maybe they don't bother like indexing locally. They can just call out to Constellation, get any info they need, and then they find out like, oh, this read pattern requires like an n+1 query over the network. Like that's not going to work for me. And so they end up having to build that into their own local thing. And I think that like every app is going to run into that, but kind of like those indexes in SQLite, like you don't need to index every single column. It's going to be your like bread and butter of your application that's going to require that. So it makes sense that that's where you would want to invest any effort anyway, extra effort. And probably like as your app scales, eventually you might want to bring all of that in-house. And I would love to see kind of like a thinking through what that looks like bringing an index off of something like Constellation and making it really easy to write that into your app view, because I don't know if we have any like well-established patterns for that right now, beyond just like writing to SQL or something and throwing indexes that way.
Thanks for the talk, Phil. I told you beforehand that if I wasn't at Blue Sky, this is probably the type of stuff that I would want to be working on, so super stoked to see you working on it. My question's a little bit similar to Devin, but in the context of like self-hosted Blue Sky, which is something that people have been talking about a little bit, kind of building Blue Sky off of a seed set of users. But then you obviously have the problem that other users can interact with your content. Backlinks would be really helpful for that, for like kind of slowly expanding the seed set. So have you thought at all about how these generic indexes can help users that are building a self-hosted Blue Sky application?
Yeah, 100%. In the way that AppProto was designed as a protocol to be able to support something like Twitter, I very much had like Blue Sky in mind, as like Constellation is designed to be something that could self-host Blue Sky. I haven't done it yet, but I think most of the pieces are there if you wanted to kind of like, again, some of those indexes are going to be better than others for it, but I think you could get pretty far in self-hosting your own Blue Sky app view off of Constellation at this point. And I forgot what else I was going to say. App View Lite is the other thing I was going to say. It's just that somebody's already done it. App View Lite is a C# implementation of a Blue Sky app view, which works today. It's using kind of similar techniques to like indexing all of the links and then not indexing all of the content, and collecting based on like your user, which posts to archive locally, and then falling back on like fetching from TDS. So I don't know. I feel like we keep talking about this hypothetically as like somebody should build that. As AppViewLite, somebody did.
Hi, my name's Ian. Thank you very much for the talk. I really liked all the graphs in particular and the googly eyes on the Raspberry Pis.
Thank you.
I'm curious if they make it go faster, but that's not my actual question. I wanted to know if you had any ballpark numbers on bandwidth or power needs for doing sort of self-hosted things.
Yeah. What I will say about the googly eyes is that it's still running, and I assume because the googly eyes, like I don't know if I took them off. So the Jetstream Firehose in the last 24 hours was 14.5 gigabytes into my house. The transmit path is ridiculous because I'm using RocksDB backup to a local NAS, and so it's counting all of that, so ignore that. But less than 20 gigs a day for the Jetstream Firehose. For power, I don't have the stats offhand, but the Raspberry Pi power adapter is rated 27 watts, so something less than that.
Well, this answers some of my questions, just the graphs. The other pair were, have you experimented around with in-memory databases or just in-memory data structure versions of the services? And have you played around with putting any of this in, say, GitHub workflows and publishing it to public repos? Because as far as I see, like, in terms of reducing the cost and delivering the thing to the whole community, that's the cheapest path I can possibly imagine. Not paying for the bandwidth, because that's in GitHub's data centers. I'm not paying for running the thing, because that's GitHub's data centers. And checking it into a repo lets us all access it as long as it's public. So, A, have you played around with the in-memory database version, gotten different performance characteristics? And B, have you considered putting any of this up in open sourcey clouds?
Totally. In-memory is a really cool idea that I think somebody should do for a backlink index, because like I'm might be getting close to 100 gigabytes. No, anyway, I don't know exactly how big it is, but I'm eating up in the last day, and it's an LSM tree, so storage stats are weird, but under 2 gigabytes per day increase in size for the index. So you do have to be thinking of a pretty big machine to be able to keep the whole index in memory. I mean, those machines exist. If somebody did it, they'd be able to make an index that like really ripped. I've been focused on self-hosting and like at a small scale, so I haven't looked so much into sort of those cloud options, but I would love for somebody to pursue that. And I just want to say, like, I think that's an important thread to follow, because like I was hesitant to open my self-hosted thing up to the internet. And I thought, like, I don't know, somebody's going to like start using it, and it's going to like use all this bandwidth to my house and stuff. And like what I want is for people to self-host it. And like, I don't think anybody else is hosting an instance of Constellation. I think it's over half a dozen like apps using it now, but nobody actually wants to self-host. So especially for something that's like kind of like a lower level service. Yeah. And so just to say that I think like I was a little naive in like expecting that the use case for this would be self-hosting, whereas like I think really people want it to be a service that they don't have to think about. So I think that's a really relevant question. Cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Well, let's say thanks to Phil and round of applause. And now we have a bit of a break before we get into lightning talks in the afternoon. So we will be back here at, what time? 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
I hope you understand. I hope you understand. Now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'm saying No, I can't let go. Whoa, oh, 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 I can't let go of you. Can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of you. When step right back. Run for the hills, honey, run for the hills, honey, run for the hills. Don't look back. Everything you see is double. Anywhere you go, you lose. When you're lost in the woods and alone in the world too. Another day older and another day we go. Oh no, alone again with all these people. I can tell you how the story goes. If you die, if you just get old. All together, all alone, all alone, all alone. Like your mother and your father too. All grown up, but they're just like you. And you're gonna do it all anew. Better run for the hills, run for the hills, run. Wanna live like an animal, by the skin of your teeth. Put your good face on, not fooling no one. You're a jackrabbit underneath. One step forward, step right back. Run for the hills, honey, run for the hills, honey, run for the hills. Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. Run for the hills, honey, run for the hills, honey, run for the hills. Don't look back. Everything you see is double. Anywhere you go, you lose. When you're lost in the woods and alone in the world too. One step forward, step right back. I can tell you how the story goes. If you die, if you just get old. All together, all alone, all alone, all alone. Like your mother and your father too. All grown up, but they're just like you. And you're gonna do it all anew. Better run for the hills, run for the hills, run.
Safety hour. And something I've definitely enjoyed both about going through all of the talks and the talk proposals that we've had for this first ATmosphereConf and the thoughtfulness with which this community kind of approaches what we're all building here together has been sort of thinking about all the different levels of impacts that these tools can have on other humans and how we should be thinking about how the different layers of services fit together. And so I'm very excited about the Trust and Safety Hour and to kick it off with Chris from Roost. So I will pass it on over.
Okay. You're good to go. I won't touch your buttons, I promise. Hi, everybody. My name is Chris DeBona. I guess I'm starting the Trust and Safety Hour, which sounds kind of like a kindergarten-like thing. And now, kids, before you go out to the playground, it's very important. So I'm actually going to start with a trigger warning. So I'm going to be touching on some fairly awful topics, mostly about CSAM, violent imagery, what we call non-consensual intimate imagery or revenge porn. I'm not going to be showing any images of any sort, not even blurred, and I actually take this very, very seriously. But if this is not your cup of tea, know that it's totally okay to just walk away, and you can watch this on the video later, whatever it should be. It should be about 10 minutes, I guess, is how long I'm supposed to speak. Anyways, a long time ago, and they say that you should always never start your talk with an apology. So a long time ago, I was one of the people who worked at Slashdot, and I started a site called SourceForge with some friends of mine at the company I was at the time. And at Slashdot, we were one of the first sites on the web to host threaded conversations, user accounts, and a very aggressive, abusive user base. They came to find ways of using Slashdot itself to have what you would call a subreddit now, but like a sub-Slashdot, if you will. And it was dedicated to attacking Slashdot. And we were of such an idealistic posture in mind that we were never going to delete that sub/top, because how could we? These are our users, right? And SourceForge being one of the first sites that allowed the bulk uploading of files for projects, and people use GitHub nowadays, but SourceForge was like a GitHub, but a long time ago, and not as cool. But whenever you give users the opportunity to upload files, you're going to get some of those users. And so we, unfortunately, were at the vanguard of dealing with these kinds of abusive users. And we would come to have a wall of mugshots from our local FBI contact who we would work with. So in the modern age, I'm mostly known from my time at Google releasing Android and Go and just a ton of projects, right? But one of the things a lot of people don't know about my time there is I stood up the first CSAM scanning algorithms and regimes around Google Image Search and Gmail. And this was a couple years before Microsoft would work on PhotoDNA and some of the other work that would come out. So after I exited Google, the folks who we now call Roost reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to throw in and help, which I did, and I lead the technical advisory committee there. More importantly, I get to work with Juliette Chen, who asked me to come speak in her stead. She's out of country visiting her brother, and she sends her best. So let's get started. So what happened was, at Columbia, at the SEPA IGC, which I'll get into later, they did this really impressive study of the state of trust and safety tooling and experiences across both large, going to the smallest community sites out there. And what we found is not great, I don't know if any of you work on trust and safety today at your work, but you've probably done it before. You probably feel like a sense of deja vu. You're like, hey, I'm implementing this again, that's great. And when you look at the open source offerings, they're very scant. When you look at the commercial offerings, they're very hard to judge. They're very hard to compare and see how effective they're going to be. You can't do a staging test of these things. It's very difficult to do and to know it's going to work. And it's often very expensive. So it's not within the realm to just go and pay someone until you're a large, frankly, well-moneyed concern. Right? So what we found is that a lot of the smaller and even medium-sized sites, they're kind of stuck. And they're like, okay, we either constrain dramatically what every user can do on the site, or we figure out ways of monetization that will allow us to afford some of these solutions, or to build the staffs to build for ourselves what we can do. And some people even will shut down rather than be able to fight the problem as it shows up. And it stinks. And you're seeing this with IFTOS. One of the problems at IFTOS, and I hope I'm not overstepping by saying this, is part of their offering was helping people use Thorn, and Thorn's really expensive, and it's a fine tool, but it's expensive. And so they were trying to help very, very small sites with their problems here, and in the end, it was too expensive for them to continue. And universally, there's so much closed source software, so it's so hard to advance the software that is out there. And this is not to come down on PhotoDNA. I mean, there's some very good software that's closed, but it's often not accessible to small and medium sites. And this is not to say that I think that all the signatures should be distributed freely, and certainly not the imagery, right? There's very good reasons for keeping that stuff closed, but the tooling that uses them. I see it like when cryptographic tools say, no, we have to be closed, otherwise people will figure out how we do our stuff. I'm like, no. The keys should be kept secret, not the software itself. That's how you come to trust it. The open source offerings, like the Metro Actioner stuff that came out of Facebook is actually really great. And it's great to see it. There's just not a lot of it, right? And so, and there's lesser still like tools that use what open source tools there are to do what they do. And so that's kind of what Roost is about. So it started as a small group at Columbia under the Institute for Global Politics. And the goal is to basically make it possible for small and medium sites and larger sites too if they want to use the tooling. But make it so that everyone can fight this fight, right? And that you can preserve the communities you want to host on your sites. So it's a wild credit to Eli Sugarman, Camille Francois, and Juliet. They lined up all the funders, and we launched the effort to the public in February at the France AI Action Summit. And we sort of, we didn't go public like a startup, but we became public knowledge. So what are our goals? And this is a really important slide. You might notice that I'm trying not to read slides to you, because I'm assuming you can see the violently yellow text up on screen. But one of the things I really wanted to point out is what we are and what we're not, okay? We are making tools for basically enhancing child safety, fighting NCII, and violent content, right? One of our backers is the group out of Christchurch that was formed after that live shooting event. And there's a real problem when mostly medium-sized sites are used as basically propaganda organs for these horrific events and horrific people, right? And so we want to fight that kind of violent content and violent accounts. And we want to provide that core safety infrastructure so you can, from a very simple Docker command, have a mostly usable workflow and basic classification for images, video, and text classifiers that will fight this fight. And the other thing we want to do, if we're successful with these initial goals, is help the civil society orgs, the child protection orgs, the anti-extremism orgs, scale what they're doing. Because, for instance, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the United States, I think they have 2 software engineers and ops people on staff. And it's a burden on them to have to do engineering. And our goal is to be the people who help, right? We are people who ship tools. We are people who ship software. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a big, deep thinker on a lot of this stuff, but that's our goal. So what is not our goal? We are not looking to be the sex and porn police, right? That is not what we're here to do. We're not here to create content ID style systems for copyright identification, right? We are not those people. I can see people wanting to use our tooling for that, but that can be something they do. It's open source software. I can't control that, right? So, and we're also not looking to be a $1 zillion software as a service place. We are a nonprofit, 501c3, under the Global Impact fiscal sponsor organization while we're going down that path. It takes about 2 years to get your actual nonprofit status from the IRS in the United States. But it's very important to understand, and our funders believe in this. It's like they know we're not going to become a policy arm. We're not really even policy advocates. We're happy to stand next to them and say, yes, and that's the tooling we work on. But we are looking to ship software to make this problem better for small and medium sites. The other thing about me is I really hate talking in the present tense about future things. So where we are today is we're adapting a currently commercial tool in the workflow space. And we hope to have that ready for release into open source, all open source, not just like a little part of it, this part, but fully open source under a very permissive license later this year. So I don't want to say in 2 months, because there's no way we're going to make that, but later this year. So we've done some experimenting already with HMA and making that better, and we're currently running inside the group an ATPDS, and we're running a Mastodon instance, and we're seeing how we can make that sort of the default test, right, for this stuff. But I would love to have connectors into all kinds of community sites, for lack of a better word, right? So even like Facebook comments, not Facebook comments, sorry, WordPress comments and Drupal comments and that sort of thing. It's, for a long time, until about 4 years ago, actually, I think 2% of the web was running on PHPBB. So it's like, and these are all places that have this problem. And nobody wants to host this garbage, right? So we just want to be able to help everybody, right? And so, and the way you do that is not by selling a piece of software to people who can't afford it, right? You try to go through and test things out. So just a side note. So we've been testing LlamaGuard and Shield Gemma, which are 2 classification engines that were released by Google and Facebook respectively. Running those on a 4070 GPU, right? Just a very accessible consumer GPU. You get back a response in about 3/4 of a second, right? So I would love the message from us to be, hey, if you've got less than, say, a message a second you want to run through automatic classification, this is going to work great for you, right? And the number of sites that have more than a message or an image per second being posted, that's when they can have that great conversation. They're like, you know what? Okay, so we're scaling beyond this basically free installation. Do we now start tying into CSAI, OpenAI's APIs for this sort of thing? Do we buy more GPUs, or GPU capacity from one of the many, many vendors who want to sell it to you? But it's a decision you can make when you can afford to make it, And good on you. And so our goal as an organization is that when you look at the different text classification whole, you've got open source competing with commercial APIs. So they're always fighting to do a better job. And yeah, so that's sort of been my guidepost for my entire career. So where do we want to go? We want to basically, so I love following the person who was right before me, because they're hosting everything on a Raspberry Pi 4B, right? And I'm like, that's amazing, because I've been saying for years, I don't believe how much infrastructure people are throwing at things nowadays, right? I mean, that's just because I'm old, right? But when I think about the capacity, even like a ridiculous laptop like this has, I mean, you're looking at 100 billion cycles per second across 20 processors. I mean, it's crazy. I could do anything on this. Like, we would have dreamed to have something like this back when we were running Slashdot on a Pentium 233, right? Which we didn't get off until we hit like 1 million daily actives. So, and then we went to just MySQL on another machine. And then we went to Memcache. And that was it. I think they're probably still running that architecture there. But again, talking about data systems that are 20 years old is probably not the best thing for me to do. But where we want to go is that you're not suddenly hit with a massive cloud bill, to run fairly basic capacity, in my mind, right? And then, yeah, so that's where we're going, right? So that's where we are today. So that's present tense, not future tense bullshit. And then this is where we're trying to go. So what do we need, right? There's always the call for action, right? So we need people who are willing to deploy this into pilots. We need folks who are really good at AT Proto, so we can make sure that our little connector isn't stupid. And we're also hiring, right? For for folks who are really flexible, full stack engineers. Sorry, I'll stop. And it's funny because one of the other things that so the next slide is like our thank you, and here's our backers and funders and fellow travelers slide. But it's like when we look at things like Blue Sky's Ozone, which is open source, right? There's a lot of code in there that we're just going to take and make great, and it's already great. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if anyone here works on that, but it's like this is the great thing about open source. We can all work together, move everyone forward, and that's the kind of people we want to bring on. So there you go. I didn't hit my timer start, so I don't know if I'm going beyond my time, because I talk a lot. And you don't want us to take questions, do you? Or do you want us to take questions?
No questions.
Yeah, it's a lightning talk,
I padded the schedule intentionally, so
okay.
You're good.
Yeah, so here's people who have either, and this is important, by the way, for anyone trying to attract funding, right? They either give you money and advice, or money and code, or really good code, and they work with you from an engineering perspective, right? Don't just, don't devalue yourself, right? Don't spend any time with people who don't want to really work with you. So anyway, so these people are all really working with us in one way or another that matters, right? So and there's more people on our website too who are great. So I just wanted to say thank you to them and to all of you for listening to me yammer. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Chris. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. And up next we have Jesse.
There, I have unplugged.
Who will be talking about
okay.
some trust and safety tooling as well. And this is another, there's sort of been a leitmotif of open source projects that have come out of journalism, and so this too is related to that. And once Jesse gets set up here, this is the other reason, of course, that I've padded the schedule. So thank you again, JP, for making it all work.
Let's figure. We're good. Cool.
Awesome.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Jesse.
Cool. So for anyone who has not yet met me at this conference, my name is Jessie, and today I'm going to be telling you about some tales of adding OAuth login with Blue Sky to an existing open source commons tool. I'm going to take you through that process, kind of hopefully give you an idea of what I experienced along the way. This is kind of my outline of all the stages. So to give you a little bit of background, first of all, about myself and the project, Coral by Vox Media is an open source commons tool that is currently in use on news sites, big and small, all over the world. I personally was an SRE on the Coral team a few years ago, and so I'm very familiar with this particular application. And Coral already has a bunch of auth strategies. So my initial idea started because I personally run a micro SaaS where I offer Coral as a service to people. And I wanted to integrate a login with Blue Sky button so I could have that on my service. Being that Coral already has a couple of OAuth 2 clients baked in, I thought, this is going to be really easy, right? I will just copy one of Coral's existing, like Facebook or Google OAuth 2 clients, make a new one, and this is going to be a great idea. So my initial assumptions, TLDR, were a little incorrect about how easy this was going to be. I honestly thought that the hardest part was going to be making all the login buttons and like adding the config to the admin so you could enable this new feature. So after about a week of doing that, I start with my enthusiastic new branch, and I just go start making buttons and adding things. And as I get to the part where I'm starting to actually like clone the authenticators, I'm realizing none of this is how any of this works. So this is my first real introduction into what are the differences in @proto OAuth versus the OAuth 2 clients that we're more familiar with from previous social media. So at this point, I realized that there were a couple of assumptions I had made that were faulty. So the first one is, because an @proto profile can live anywhere on the internet, not just at bsky.social, you don't have one redirect URL that you're going to send that user back to. The other one is that there is no, as was mentioned in a talk earlier about OAuth, if you want to enable OAuth with GitHub, the very first step is to follow that long list of instructions to set yourself up as a GitHub client. There is no such thing of doing that. You would not want to have to go to every single PDS host and say, I'm making a new app that's going to have login. So you actually have to publish your own client ID and secret keys at a client metadata JSON route. This is not something Coral was doing with its other OAuth clients, so this was something that was going to have to be added in. So at this point, having spent a little bit of time on this project and now wondering if it was even a good idea, I needed to get some external validation. So I paused and I did two things to validate whether or not this was something that the rest of the world besides myself actually wanted. The first one was I went to Coral and I was like, hey, thinking about this, is this something that you would want and that your users would want? And they were like, yes, absolutely, please help us. And then the other one was I submitted this call for proposals for this lightning talk. And having been selected, that kind of gave me some indication that this might be something that the @proto community would also be interested in. So at this point I was like, cool, all right, you can't stop me, I'm going to make this be a thing. Having figured out that the differences were there, I wanted to get more familiar myself with how the @proto OAuth flow worked first. So one of my first steps here, like going back to this project kind of now after getting that buy-in from the other communities, was to clone the Statosphere example app and make my own little app that did absolutely nothing but OAuth. I ignored all the Firehose stuff, all the lexicon stuff, and just made a button that I could click that would say log in. And once I could log in to my own Blue Sky account with my, do that locally and have that working, then I was ready to go back to Coral and start trying to figure out, okay, how is this gonna work in the Coral application? Meanwhile, Coral had written some new integration tests around their auth strategies, and it was politely suggested that I branch off of that new branch to incorporate those new integration tests. So there was a little bit of cherry picking and like some redoing of the branches. And then along the way, I ran into a couple of interesting errors. There's one that was, if you are not correctly passing things into the client, then you'll get this cannot resolve handle, because if you don't tell it that it's an @proto generic scope, then it's not going to know that that's an @proto handle that you need to, that it's trying to resolve, and so you'll get a cannot resolve handle error. The other one is, at first in my local app, I was being a little lazy with my state store, and that doesn't work. You have to actually store state so that it can be retrieved, otherwise you'll get a 401. So I'm not going to go through the individual steps here of what the flow looks like when it works, but I have documented them, and this is a gist that's on my GitHub. I'm going to share a link to that on Blue Sky as well, so you all will be able to see this. There's like some links in here and stuff, but basically this is what the flow looks like when it works. It is only different in the ways that you are creating that client metadata JSON, and then you are getting your redirect based on what the handle was. So you're going to figure out where to send the user for that authorization step based on the data that was retrieved from their handle. I was really hoping that this would be all done and completed by the time of the talk, but of course, my plans and reality are sometimes different. And so at this point, I am still working with the Coral team to get this all the way through their QA process, and it is going to be available probably in the next couple of weeks, but it is not all the way out yet. A few things that I can answer, like questions that I can answer now that I was not able to answer before. Would I have attempted this if I had known how long it would take? Definitely not. Was it worth it though, and would I do it again? And the answer is absolutely yes. I have learned so much about this protocol and just kind of the future of what these things can do that absolutely I would do this again. And a few takeaways, what you should know before starting your own version of this project, especially if you have an existing application and you want to do something really, like you think it's going to be really simple to just do OAuth. There is no such thing as adding just Blue Sky login. You are adding login with @proto. This is actually something that I think is really important, and we haven't quite figured out what the messaging on this to the end user looks like, because right now the button is going to say login with Blue Sky, and that is not an accurate representation. I think people who are currently hosting or self-hosting or have moved their handle to a not.bsky or bsky.social address are probably aware of the fact that they're somewhere else, but other users are not going to be sophisticated enough to get that difference. So I think that's something that's an important thing to note, like you're not really just adding OAuth with Blue Sky. Definitely I've mentioned the whole thing about you have to issue your client ID and secrets. You don't go to an OAuth provider and register as a client app. I used the OAuth client node NPM package, and I would highly recommend you do this yourself or do this instead of writing your own OAuth 2 clients. If you have written your own OAuth 2 clients in the past, you will not have to do that this time, but you also will not be able to use or reuse your existing ones. There's also something when you're doing the client ID from a local host versus when you're actually doing that from production. There is a little bit of a gotcha there. It's called out in the docs, but make sure you're encoding your URIs. And then there are two other NPM packages that I used for convenience. They were Syntax and API, and I would highly recommend everybody look at those as well. So that is my tales of adding OAuth login to an existing open source app. And this will be available on GitHub for anybody who wants to find the links. Cool.
Thank you so much, Jesse.
I feel like I rushed through that, so I don't know, I have any idea how much time I have left.
That's good.
All right,
you
sweet.
did a great job.
Awesome.
Thank you. Yes, I think that being able to explain to people what that journey is, right? The skeuomorphism, there are some things that poke through that. So this is a really good example, and thank you for demonstrating it. Okay, we've got Drew up next.
Cool.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, we can adjust that for you as well.
Mirrored or
Yeah, extended.
we don't extend this one here. Thanks.
I know which. Yeah, go for it. I don't know which direction it is in the tunnel.
What? There we go.
Sweet.
Cool.
Cool. Lot of very cool people here, a lot of really big names, really cool to get to be here and meet everybody. My name is Drew, and I want to talk about peer moderation on Blue Sky and AtProto. Content moderation is really hard, is extremely hard, as we heard kind of earlier today, and as I'm sure a lot of you people know. But it's also extremely important. So I want to talk about kind of lowering barriers to let more people in to contribute and help with that process. I do back-end development at a policy research firm. Not the fun part, I'm also in grad school at CU Boulder. I work with Nathan Schneider, and he does a lot of work, really cool work on cooperatives and decentralized power structures and organizational structures and stuff like that, and that's really cool. And so that's what this talk is about, is applying those concepts to the decisions of moderation and labeling posts. First, I'll describe sort of the thing that I've been working on, which is really just some basic little building blocks, some Lego pieces. And then I'll talk a bit about the motivation behind that and kind of why it might make sense to explore. It's why it's something that I want to explore. One of the core pieces for this is modularity. I think, and especially with AtProto, that's one of the really big ideas, is building small pieces that we can put together rather than trying to do everything all at once. I don't want to be the one doing all of the moderation. I don't think anyone wants to do that. And so part of that is separating out between people participating and the actual decisions that labelers are making. What PIMSky does, PMSky, I have 2 lexicon types that I've settled on for now. The proposal type is basically the same thing as a label, where it has a URI that it points to and then a value that is what the label, the text of the label actually is. And then I also have votes, where anyone can vote on one of those proposals. And so these votes, because they're AtProto records, exist separately. They're on the part of the PIMSky platform, but you can write a labeler separately that then uses this information, takes this into account when it's making that decision of, okay, is this a label that I should apply to this post? So again, I'm going to describe kind of how it works, and then I'll go into some of the motivation why. So step one, you're scrolling and you see a post, and you're like, wow, that's a post. It should really have this label. And so you would go over to Pimsky and propose a label onto that platform, which creates the @proto record. Somebody else might be scrolling, and then they see that proposal of saying, oh, this post should have this label, and they might agree or disagree with it. You might see parallels with other social media platforms, which obviously there's a lot of inspiration being pulled from. And so they submit that vote, and that record gets published. Now, separately, there's a labeler that is watching those records, sees that there is some consensus about, oh, hey, this label belongs on this post. However, consensus is defined, that is dependent on the labeler. I think different contexts have different use cases, whether that's a simple majority or some more complex definition. But again, modularity, split that out, and labelers can define that however they want to. Once there is some consensus, though, they can publish that back to Blue Sky, just like how any other labeler would do it. And then a different user might see that label that has been decided not by the company or a specific user, but by a wider public consensus. Yeah, those are the moving pieces. That's how this works. Why introduce this indirection, redirection? Yeah, why would we want to do this? Well, I think it's just taking composable moderation kind of another step further. The traditional, well, moderation is really hard because you have different perspectives on a post. You know, you might try to apply generic rules, but that doesn't always work, and things are going to slip through the cracks. If you have something that has a 99.9% success rate, 5 million posts a day, you still have 5,000 posts every day that are slipping through your rules. So the traditional model is you have the company sitting at the middle, and they're the ones in charge of making that decision of whether, I mean, in this case, whether a post gets labeled or just the moderation decisions are centralized within that company. And this exacerbates the issues of scale and also the perspective issues, because it also introduces accountability problems and incentive problems where the company is able to hide or promote content from things that it doesn't like as a company or politics that it doesn't like. So it's a bad idea to couple those things. And that doesn't drive well with the world without Caesars ethos that @proto is trying to promote. And so we have composable moderation, which is really cool because anyone can create labels and apply labels and define them. You have third-party labelers, and I think it's a really great innovation, one of the really big flagship features of Blue Sky, I think, because it helps the problem with scale, because now you have the ability for more people to participate in that. And also the perspective issue where you can have more niche labelers that are more well-equipped to deal with the specific labeling that you're concerned with, and users have the better agency to be able to subscribe to the labelers that are more relevant to them. And yeah, so anyone can create a labeler. All you have to do is buy some server space and a domain name, configure the DNS, program the labeler, get it deployed behind a reverse proxy, set up the declaration record and the PLC operation, and then hope that the app view might notice it. I've been trying to do this all week, and Blue Sky still hasn't noticed my labeler. So composable moderation is great, but you kind of end up with several smaller castles. And this isn't to downplay the moderation work that people are doing, because the people that were talking earlier today and yesterday are doing really incredible work. But there are also instances of this not going so well. I think a lot of people might remember one of the very early third-party labelers, Aegis, where that kind of blew up after a personal dispute. I don't know all of the details, but it's an example of, okay, it's not the company running it, but you still have these decisions made about what labels go on which posts behind closed doors and in concentrated hands. So yeah, I'm wondering how to break down these castle walls and add an additional layer, because with composable moderation, the cool thing is you have the ability to add these layers on top of, we have Blue Sky doing moderation, we have third-party labelers running, but other sites like Wikipedia and Reddit have a wider ability to contribute and participate in how that content gets moderated. And so that's the motivation behind Pimski, is creating those building blocks to let the people who want to contribute to content moderation. I think Rudy earlier was saying how some people do really want to participate in this, but there's a really high barrier of entry in order to actually do that, between the technical know-how to run a labeler and also the desire to actually participate in that moderation. So yeah, how do we open up those decisions being made to more voices and make more perspectives heard more easily? And I think that there are a lot of pros and cons to this kind of approach. You could get a quicker response time, you could get more specific and potentially better people who are closer to issues at hand participating in those conversations. But those decisions and doing that moderation is a lot of intensive labor, and obviously attention is a very scarce resource nowadays. So yeah, this is not a fully encompassing solution, but it is trying to lower the barrier of entry to this kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Drew. So interested to see all this work and where we can apply labelers and yeah, that sort of social infrastructure piece. So thank you for that.
Yeah, if this is something that could be useful or helpful, if I can be helpful to anybody in their projects, I would love to chat.
Cool. Thank you. All right, up next we have Zayu talking about messaging and okay.
We're good.
Okay, cool.
We're good, we chillin'. We doing?
You want to go extended for notes?
Nah, we're good. Is that mirroring the whole thing?
Mirroring the whole thing.
Cool. Display. Hello, hello. Yay. It's so much scarier up here compared to like live streaming. It's insane. Hello, hey, hi, hello everyone. I'm Zayu, and today I'll be talking about message gardening in the atmosphere and how digital communities can evolve past like what we have now, and how they might look like in the future in the atmosphere. So before we talk about the future, let's talk about a little bit about the past. What did digital communities look like back? I say back then, when it's like maybe like 20 years ago. So usually when I think about like old digital communities, I think about traditional forums, message boards, BBSs, where the structure is fairly rigid. Every community has a bunch of categories. Each posts have to have a topic, and all of the replies in it have to be on topic as well. And on top of that, users themselves are fragmented, right? They are different communities. Why would they be in the same space? Why would they be in the same website? But, you know, as a user, you don't necessarily are only a part of one community, you're a part of many communities. And so away from these like fragmented websites, we started going towards the idea of like platforms, social media platforms. And in particular, I want to highlight, Reddit, where they kind of took this idea of topic-based posts and community and kind of turn it into one mega platform where everyone is in a subreddit. And posts are still on topic usually, right? They still be posted on a specific subreddit. But the thing with social media platforms and the thing that Reddit does is that posts aren't just siloed within a single subreddit, right? You would have something like r/all or like the what's hot front page where any post from any subreddit can be distributed to any user. And that's pretty good, right? Like your post can have as many views as it needs be, right? Like it's not just siloed away within your peers, but this comes with what I see where posts are now not just for the people that you intend to see, like, right? Like my post about video games is not just going to be about like not going to be seen by the players of said video game, but it'll also be shown to like political people or just like quote unquote normies, right? Where my opinions are now not just with my peers, they are now being shown to other users. And this kind of has this, a bit of this like, I guess, mental shift where posts now tend to try to be like viral, right? They try to appeal to the larger, to a larger audience. And I think that kind of like degrades the idea of like community building because now your posts aren't for each other, it's for everyone. And that's not great if you're trying to do actual connections. I mean, somebody said that it's probably a good idea, to not focus on mega platforms. And if we do want to start building digital communities with like quote unquote real connections, we need to step away from having these or having just like one mode of transportation in terms of thought, right? And so where do we go from something like Reddit, where you have this like network effect of, yay, like I'm a user, I can now be a part of different communities, but I kind of just don't want my post to go everywhere and everyone to see it. So we kind of just shift towards something more like Discord, where, yeah, you got the one account, you could join different Discords, but every message that you do have is siloed within your community. And that's pretty good for community building. But they do a bit of a shift here away from posts and instead towards chat, which is really cool because that means there's a lower barrier to entry in terms of participation, right? Like as a user, you could come into a Discord, say hi, and then just lurk and see what conversations are currently happening. But everything is ephemeral, right? Any knowledge or any conversations that do happen, they eventually kind of just get lost in the timeline. Like, yes, they're under different channels and categories, but, they're in like different categories, so they're kind of categorized in different channels, but they get lost in the sauce, one might say. And so, where do we go from here? Like now as a community, we're building like this next level of social media, right? On ATprotocol. So I think we could go, I think we could create a space where any thought can be in the correct medium. It could be shown to as many or as little people as possible. And I think the way that we can kind of inform our process here in terms of building these platforms and communities is with digital gardening. Raise of hand, how many of y'all heard of digital gardening before? It's like a third. I personally have never heard of this term until like maybe late last year, but I really like the concept, right? And for those who did raise their hands, I don't know if this is your first thought as well, but when it comes to digital gardening, I need to look at the time. In terms of digital gardening, sometimes I just think of like really overcomplicated Obsidian or Notion setups where everyone's writing a billion notes, everything is in a graph, they got calendars and everything. But digital gardening isn't about like these overcomplicated tools. It's mainly about the idea that the ideas that you would have like this public space online where you would develop your ideas. And the main 2 points here, I'm grabbing this definition from Maggie Appleton, and she says that gardens tend to be or have to be explorable, so users can just jump in and find the information that they do want. And they're slowly grown over time, so they're not just fixed to just the single blog post. Like, they're not necessarily fully formed at the very start. And as I've said, I haven't heard a lot about digital gardening until late last year, but what I have like read and heard about, they're mainly focused on the individual, right? You have your own Obsidian setup, you have your own Notion setup, you have your own website. And I think we can kind of get these concepts and kind of try to mold them to communities, especially with something as big as like building one in the atmosphere. So with that in mind, like, what does the atmosphere give us in terms of being able to be, or having gardens that are explorable and slowly grown over time? So we got a few things here. I'm just gonna go through them. One is domain ownership. So the user only has the one account, and by extension, they're not constrained by platforms, right? And by extension, the communities that live on those platforms. And then we got PDSs that give credible exit so that users can exclude their data whenever, right? So I might be a part of a community one day and say, I kind of don't like these guys anymore, and say, I'm gonna block their access to my PDS, and now they can't see my messages anymore. And I'm gonna move the info that I did write and move it to another community if I want to do that as well. And then lexicons are really cool because they give this like shared data identity, I guess, of like being able to share information more freely and more with more structure, more easily between different platforms. And one of the things that we're trying to do, you guys have seen a bunch of the talks today about like how the AT protocol, like a typical AT protocol application like infrastructure looks like. Fellow engineer on the team, Ziklag, is toying around the idea that like maybe we don't need even servers anymore, right? Instead of having like a big relay and app view, we could just talk to each other, right? That way you're really not beholden to any platform, right? Like all Rumi really does at that point is just querying the data and making sure that you're talking to the right people. So this is what the future will look like, hopefully. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. And to go back to the original, like, okay, that's cool, being able to get all your data and making sure they're all, you're not beholden to platforms. But in terms of the actual platform itself, like how can we kind of introduce this idea? And like, what should my community be in? Should they be in a chat forum like Discord these days? Or should they look like forums of the golden age, right? And, you know, as everyone has said before, ¿por qué no los dos? You know, why not both? And we have this idea where, of like thought metamorphosis, basically fancy terms of you have a bunch of thoughts as a user, you put them in a chat and you do a conversation, and eventually at some point, right, in the ebb and flow of conversations, contexts change, topics change, the people participating change, and so if we want to just capture that away from like the ephemeral timeline that can get lost into like history, we could like capture that, put that into threads, and eventually put a bunch of those threads and thoughts and throw them into full-blown articles that we could share outside of the community, right? So the community would be mainly around the chat, the low barrier of communication, socializing in the moment, and then building intentional knowledge, like wikis, to share out to the world. Be like, this is what we figured out about this video game or something, right? And I'm just gonna do like a quick demo because why not? Why not test my fate online? And so let me log in real quick. Here we go. So this is Rumi. So as you can see, it's kind of dark. Do we want something brighter? Okay, not too bright. All right, nope. Let me go back. All right. So this is what Rumi looks like. Obviously, it kind of looks like Discord. This is mainly so that like people who start using Rumi can get familiar and have like a familiar interface with communicating with each other. And here you can see we have a bunch of different channels and threads. Threads usually come from existing messages. So you can see here we have like this little testing thread that we have. And eventually at some point people were talking about like a feature thing we had a question about. So maybe instead of putting that in testing, we should move it to a different thread. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab a few of these messages here. And we could call this thread channel origin, and then create the thread. And as you can see, all of those messages have been moved to now a new thread. Eventually, and this way, like, the conversations can keep going, but at some point, you can just make sure that you have the messages are in the correct space and are categorized correctly as you grow this digital garden with your community. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I have a lot of hope for the digital communities that are getting built on ATprotocol. And specifically for Rumi.chat, we got a bunch of upcoming features and or like just general wishes to kind of support this mission. In our case here, the thing that I really want to focus on is the last two, which is interoperability with the rest of the ATprotocol apps. So having like a Blue Sky feed on the side, maybe being able to throw in like events, Discord has events, why not have an already existing ATprotocol events platform, put it on there, right, like smoke signals. And the last bit is the Rumi SDK, which was just basically just finished like this week and rushed for this demo to make sure everything is good and dandy. And it's new and it's open source, so you don't have to be beholden to our UI. So if you want it to look more like a traditional forum, or you want to build your community more like a TUI on the command line, that's always available. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You can join us at rumi.chat/rumi.chat. The second bit is going to be like the community domain, but our community's in rumi.chat. So again, rumi.chat/rumi.chat, join us. Again, we are open source. You could find us at GitHub, Muni-town/Rumi. There's a QR code for Rumi chat right there. And if you do, you can make Rumi, our little mascot guy, really happy. With that said, shout out to my teammates Erland and Ziklag for making this happen as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can follow me everywhere, zayu.dev. And yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Zayu. That stuff is so cool. All right, up next we have Travis. He's going to talk about storage and moving things around, data storage.
Moving things around.
Yeah.
Can we just get a round of applause? This is the last talk of the day. Can we get a round of applause for these guys, Boris and Tom? I mean, come on.
Thank you.
If this isn't the best conference you've ever been to, you're pretty lucky. I've been to a bunch of conferences, and it's definitely one of my favorites. So thanks. What's going on? I think I know what's going on here.
Thanks to all our speakers as well for giving amazing talks. Makes it a lot easier.
Why is my browser not behaving? Okay, you know what? I don't think it matters. Because I think I can just do that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, okay, great. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Oh, I got to stay close. Okay, great. So my talk today is called Bringing Hot Backups to Blue Sky, or Making Exits More Credible. And when I found out I was going to be the last talk of the day, I figured I should go with a subtitle called Let's Get Out of Here, right? Like, it's been a great conference, but I'm ready to go home, get back to my family and my pets, and that'll be nice. But I also mean, let's get out of here, like the current state of the web is pretty bad. It's terrible. I've been on the web since that golden era of like 2006, 2008. I mean, programming professionally on the web since around then. And it was better then. And it felt better. And I think it was really better in tangible ways. But I also mean, let's get off the Blue Sky PDS, right? Like, I love Blue Sky. Trust me, well, let's talk about that a little bit. So who am I? Why am I talking to you? Well, I'm a web developer. I'm an engineering manager. I'm a music and dancing enthusiast. I like cats, chickens, and a toddler at home, so that's pretty fun. I'm a personal data store obsessive, and I'll talk about that just a little bit more in a second. I'm a certified Blue Sky Elder. Thank you for the certification. I do appreciate that. And I'm a Google Summer of Code 2005 alum, and the reason that's relevant is because Chris Dabana, who's here in the audience, is at least one of the people who was responsible for that. And that's how I got my start in programming. I was a sophomore in college, and I got a thing, and it got me into open source software. So thank you. That's literally the reason I'm here today. I've been obsessed with the idea of reorienting the web around personal data stores since about 2019. I spent a few years trying to seriously build a digital gardening platform on Solid. I missed a word there. That's Tim Berners-Lee's sort of like Blue Sky PDS before Blue Sky PDS. It does use RDF. It's a longer conversation, but before pivoting to work on tech that paid the bills at Protocol Labs, where I learned the Blue Sky stack. It wasn't called the Blue Sky stack at the time, but it is IPLD, SIDS, DIDS, etc. And I'm firmly convinced that credible exit from the services we use online is the key to re-empowering the web's users with agency and all sorts of different things. So let's talk about that. First, a brief version, what's a Racha? I am here because I work for a company that's building a thing, and I'm going to demo that thing. I want to just talk about this briefly because it's important context. We are content-addressed object storage. We store data by content ID and make it available via our high-performance IPFS gateway. We archive on the Filecoin network to ensure durability, which is a longer story that I'm happy to talk more about with folks. And uploaded content is stored as a CAR, which, yes, is a choice. And I have some fun utilities for that in a second. And then we have a gateway that sort of provides basic visualization of that and SID links and all sorts of stuff. We're an early stage startup. We're building with IPLD, SIDS, UCANs, and other open standards, and we love AppProto. So credible exit. I love it. I think we're on the right track, thinking about it a lot. But credibility is dampened when the exit procedure is a markdown file with pseudocode instructions. We need more user-facing services with real user experience that make exits credible for anybody. And to do this, we need a good system for creating hot backups of your AppProto data alongside private key material to enable identity transfer. So it's demo time. So I am doing a demo. Good luck to me. Am I right? Let's see. Where did it go? Oh, I see what happened. I was in a completely different place. Okay, well, I'm shocked that worked at all. So let's talk about this a little bit. This was the starting point for this project, and this is what I mean by a README file. This is sort of the best way to transfer your account off of PDS right now. You sort of like, I don't know, put together some JavaScript and make this happen, and it works. It does the job, but obviously it's not super accessible to people. So let's talk. Today I made a profile, Blue Racha, and we are going to migrate Blue Racha off of the Blue Sky PDS, hopefully right now in this talk. Let's see if we can do it, okay? So welcome to hot Blue Sky backups by Sriracha. We want to encrypt your data to keep it safe. We want to archive it to the Filecoin network for durability. If you'd like to migrate to a new Blue Sky PDS server, you don't actually have to. You can just back up your data here and be reasonably certain that it's going to be sticking around in an open format that you can kind of work with later on. Important note, this is an early alpha sort of service. It's open source. You can come contribute to it. We'd be excited to have you do that. But there are a lot of rough edges, especially around the identity transfer and some things that we actually need support from the Blue Sky community or the Blue Sky team really to make better. So I'm excited to get into that a little bit too. So let's get it started. So my name was blueracha.bsky.social. And we use the OAuth flow here. It's great. It works really well. We definitely need some of those expanded OAuth scopes. In particular, it would be really nice to be able to get an email out of this. There's a step that you're not seeing here because I kind of cheated, and I signed into Sriracha already. Ideally, and hopefully within the next month or so, depending on how the OAuth stuff goes, we should have a way to just automatically sign you up for an account with our service, but when you go through that OAuth service. So you kind of literally don't even need to worry about us. Of course, if you want to store data with us, we're going to ask you for a credit card. We'll give you 2 gigs of storage for free, no problem, but we want to know who to go to if some of that data is bad data in a lot of different senses. And we want to obviously be able to charge you if you start storing too much data on the service. But you can use this for free. And if you're a normal Blue Sky poster, your repo is probably under 100 megabytes. And probably the blobs that you're storing aren't that big either. And it should be plenty. So let's get into it. So this is how you create a backup right now. It's exposition heavy, obviously. There's a lot to know, and there's a lot of context to set up here. But the app itself is pretty straightforward. You just click these buttons. I logged into Sriracha, like I said. I created a space. There's a whole flow here for doing this. I'm not going to go into it right now. That is hand-waving away some pretty important details. But for the purpose of this demo, I'm not here to try to get you to use Sriracha. I'm here to tell you about a cool backup thing that I've been working on for the past few weeks, and I don't want to spend any more time on thinking about Sriracha than we need to at the moment. So this is the first backup that we've created. This is cool. One thing I think is really neat about this is because we're storing it on IPFS, because we have an IPFS gateway that has a lot of stuff built into it, we can actually just show you the car. So if you hate cars and you don't like having to crack them open with command line tools, well, this is another option. You can actually click on the links and they'll actually bring you through. And I mean, this is kind of unintelligible, but you can see I liked a thing, and this is me, and there's like more stuff in here. So that's kind of cool. The blobs are also here. So let's see what this is. This is my profile picture. And what's this one? This is, oh yeah, I love this one. This is from like 1932 or something. Somebody wrote like an amazing birthday card thing. From me to you, whatever a technocrat is, it can't stop me from wishing you a happy birthday. So happy birthday. Now the problem is that this is a private piece of data, and I just uploaded it to our service, and we store public data. And so now my preferences are public. So that's terrible, right? So let's fix that. So the way we fix that is we start a new backup and we create an encryption key. So let's create a key. What's going on here is that we are creating an RSA key that we can store in the browser that we can use to sign small amounts of data, and that also has a public key. RSA keys are great because they're public key bearer encryption, so we can refer to it by a DID. We also created a symmetric key. So that was the asymmetric key is the RSA key. And then we created a symmetric key and encrypted that, stored it on our service, encrypted with the RSA key. This RSA key, by the way, is only going to live on this machine, which means that I need to get this secret. It actually literally only lives in memory in this browser. And actually, there's a bug where it's not even being kept in the correct memory. So when I go to the next screen, I'm going to have to re-enter this key. So I'm going to stash this key over here, where you can all see my private key. Enjoy, have fun. But now that we have a key, we can go in here and we can create encrypted backups. Okay, cool. This takes just a little longer, but honestly, it's pretty fast. Encryption even in the browser. I mean, encryption in the browser is a special thing. I thought it would take me like a day. It took me 3. But it worked out okay. And now let's go take a look at this other backup that we created. So now if I click on this preferences, is that really it? Oh, so did something go wrong? Well, it is a demo, isn't it? Usually what I've found when I do this with encryption enabled, oh, you know what I didn't do? That's so silly. Okay, so I guess we're gonna see this part. Yep, import key. Okay, this is the experience if you're coming back. You go over to Emacs, and then you grab it, and then you copy it. I mean, you should be using 1Password, not Emacs, for keeping your secrets. I hope that's obvious, but today we're gonna do this. And I needed to actually turn on encryption for all these things. Duh. Now, one brief note on the encryption thing. One of our engineers pointed out that actually probably what we should be doing, rather than storing the encryption key, the symmetric encryption key in the browser, kind of associated with my top-level public key here, I should probably just create a separate encryption key per backup and use that and store it alongside the backup, so that kind of all you need to store locally is this private key. I think both are actually interesting. Maybe you want to create a key that sort of you use for many backups. Maybe you want to create some backups that use a one-off key. And we'll try to support both of those in the grand scheme of things. So now, yeah, there we go. Now when I load that preferences, nothing happens because it just downloaded a file because it's just a bag of bits. I don't know what that bag of bits is. My repo is the same way. The blobs are going to be the same way, so I won't bore you with that. Okay, so then what can we do with an encrypted version of this? Okay, well that's where we start to get pretty interesting. So now my data is encrypted on the server. Now let's say Blue Sky gets bad. So like, you know, we're designing for a situation where Blue Sky, the company, might be adversarial. So let's in that situation, we would want to be able to sort of move off of Blue Sky whenever we wanted. This is a simplified version of this. There's a whole bunch of hand waving. There's a lot of other stuff that needs to go into this. But for the basic, you know, directionality of it, I think this at least demonstrates kind of what we want to be thinking about in terms of actually setting up credible exit. Yep. Okay, so right now there's a little bit of weirdness where you need to sort of set up both of the accounts that are going to participate in the identity transfer ahead of time. There is theoretically a way to sort of like set up the identity transfer ahead of time, stash it with the backup, and just go from there. I didn't get there. I don't know if it's actually possible with the current iteration of the identity transfer. I think it is, but I just didn't quite have time, and that wasn't how it was laid out in the markdown file that I based all this on, so we didn't get there this time. What I'm going to do instead is just authenticate to both of these services. So I just authenticated to the Blue Sky PDS, and I set up another PDS at proto.storacha.network, and now I'm going to create a new account here. I pushed some code to production today because I broke this yesterday, not realizing that you actually do need to log into the source account before you log into, before you're able to create a new Blue Sky account at the moment. Because when you create this new Blue Sky account, you need to be careful to give it the DID, the actual DID PLC of the old account. Otherwise, it just won't work for now. So what we're going to do is say blueracha.proto.storacha.network. And this is going to be Travis plus blueracha@storacha.network. And I'm going to try to not say it out loud, but that's... and then, of course, you need an invite key from your PDS, which you generate on the command line. And hopefully this will work. Yeah, cool. All right, so we got this whole restore thing going on. So because it is going to require, I mean, I'm not going to play with fate. We need to actually import the key again. This is really annoying. Yeah. Okay. My hands are also shaking, so it's like even harder to type because that's just what I do when I'm speaking. But it worked. Okay, great, cool. And now we can restore. I mean, and if you really want to like, if you don't trust me that this is what's happening, let's prove it. So we just did some stuff. We got the data. We did import repo here. That's the important thing for that. Okay, great. Step 1. Let's import the blobs. We'll bring them over to the new. Yeah, okay, that worked. And let's import the preferences. And remember, these were encrypted. So we are taking them out of the Storacha network. We're decrypting them. We're sending them over to our new PDS. And it all worked. Okay, last step. We're all set up, the account's there, but Blue Sky doesn't know that my identity has moved to the new service, right? So to do that, first, we have to send an email to the email that was set up with our current Blue Sky host. This is pretty standard for basically all of the PLC operations. You get a code over here. You shouldn't share it with anybody. I'm sharing it with all of you. Please don't steal things. I mean, I think once I use it here, it's not going to be possible to use it again. So, beat ya. And now we can actually transfer our identity. Ooh, let's go. Let's see what happens. Now, okay, a little bit of context for this. This is actually exciting because I literally pushed some code like 15 minutes ago because I had an idea about why this wasn't working. When I tested this morning, what happened was I transferred my identity and it broke. It definitely worked because it broke my account on Blue Sky. It didn't work anymore. And I think what happened was that I activated the new account, but I didn't deactivate the old account. So Blue Sky just got super confused. It was like, well, the content's on, I just couldn't figure it out. I have also noticed that when these identity transfers go through, they don't necessarily stick immediately. Like it takes a little time for the network to sort of catch up. So if this doesn't work, I'm going to blame one of those things, but it's probably my fault. So, it is what it is. So, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, see, the deactivated account didn't work, but that's fine. That's fine. The activated account did. It's just, it thinks it failed because this deactivated account didn't seem to work. Whatever. The important part was this submit PLC operation and this activate account. And so let's see what happened to our account. Yeah, sadly, sadly not quite working. But what I have found is that sometimes this goes away after a little time, like the network kind of catches up and it starts showing it again. And the important thing is that something really happened. Like there's a bug here, obviously, with how this is working, but transfers are possible. You can do it today. Like I said, all of this is open source. We would love to have you come and check it out. That is basically, oh yeah, here we go. Boy. Yeah, you're really getting to see the sausage being made here. All right. So like I said, it's open source. We'd love contributions. We'd love people to come and copy it and deploy it on their own. In fact, our whole stack is open source. If you want to run your own Sriracha, that's possible. Have fun with the Cloudflare and AWS configuration, because we sure do. But one of the reasons I feel so good and happy to come here and give this talk is because we are building on open source tools and people can credibly exit from our service as well. Even if you don't want to run your own Sriracha, actually, this whole stack basically works with, I mean, you need a few minor changes to the way data is onboarded, but it works with open source IPFS tooling. If you want to run your own IPFS node and like do this all on your own community, you can do that pretty simply. I will make the code changes for you. Just come tell me you want to do it, and I swear to God I'll do it within the week. Oh boy. Okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? Well, okay, so real recovery key backups. It would be nice to not have to, when I decide that I actually want to transfer my identity, it would be nice to not have to, in that moment, go and actually do the transfer or set it up. It would be nice to be able to go into Blue Sky, get a key, save it somewhere, have my own key that protects that key, and just be able to do that anytime I want. The real like eject button for getting out of the whatever PDS you happen to be on, I think that's really important, and hopefully we'll have that. We're going to try to get all this stuff done in the next month. We'll see. Repository diffs. So right now, if we've backed your repository up before, we're just going to back it up again. We'll do exactly the same thing. But Blue Sky and ATproto are smarter than that. You can just say, hey, give me everything that has changed since this last commit rev. And we do keep the last commit rev that we knew about in the metadata that we store. And so we can do that. That'll be like a moderate space saving, but it's neat, and we should do it. Per backup encryption keys, like I said, it should be an option to at least create a one-off encryption key specifically for your backup. Hourly and minutely backups. So everything that I just showed you is running in the browser. There's no server involved except for like the storage. It's the data, your Blue Sky data, never touches our servers except in that final storage phase. So if you're encrypting it, we literally never see the unencrypted bytes. It's all happening in your browser. we would like to offer a service where you can come in, do the Blue Sky OAuth, and just say, I would like my thing backed up every hour. I would like my Blue Sky PDS and the whole account backed up every hour. Can you just do that for me? And we're going to say, sure. How about like $1 a month? I don't know. That sounds good. We'll figure out the pricing for it, and we'll just take care of that for you. That is going to require us having a server that's running somewhere doing that on a regular basis. Obviously, we can't like force you to open your browser once an hour and do that. That's insane. But so some sort of service that does this is on our roadmap literally for the next month. In that world, the whole concept of like end-to-end encryption gets a little bit more complicated, and like where encryption even falls in there. What we're looking at right now is something called the LIP protocol. It's a private key management network. It does threshold encryption. So you could say, I would like there are 7 people in my life, and if 5 of them decide that they should be able to see my encrypted, Blue Sky backups, they should be able to. Lots of different use cases for that, but in general, we are built on top of the notion of cryptographic identity, and so we don't really want to have to solve the whole problem. We'd like somebody else to solve the problem of managing cryptographic identities and tying them together and all that stuff. And so that's kind of an exciting thing that we will probably not have in the next month necessarily, but we're going to make moves in that direction at least very soon. And then your feature requests. I don't know how this should work. Like at the end of the day, like I want the app protocol community to help me understand exactly what is needed here, what sorts of functionality, what sort of UX we really need to make exiting really, really credible. So thank you. I want to do a special shout out. We've had a lot of open source contributions here. The Protocol Labs Developer Guild is a program that brings in contributors to a variety of different open source projects that sort of came out of the general Protocol Labs diaspora. Caleb, Badger, and Shub have been incredible contributors of the past month and a half, and the fact that it looks as polished as it does is largely due to the fact that they've been putting in a lot of time and effort and working with our team really closely to do that. Caleb in particular has also created a repo called Blue Sky Backup CLI. A lot of what you just saw is implemented as like a CLI in the Blue Sky Backup CLI, and we're going to try to make it so that that is at feature parity with the web app, and that the web app has sort of a client version and a server version for maximum flexibility. So. Thanks so much. Like I said, I work for Sriracha. I have some swag. I'm going to be sitting out there. I don't want to make this about that, but like if you like hats and stuff, I've got some nice hats. I've got some nice bags. I've got some cool stickers, and I'll be hanging out. Thank you so much. Thank you again to Boris and Ted. This has been the most inspiring weekend I've had in a very long time, so thank you sincerely.
Thank you, Travis. And thank you for the extremely brave demoing, everybody. I appreciate that y'all trusted us with that and also did not put anything disturbing up on screen by accident, so thank you there too. And we are going to hang out here until everybody comes back, so should be another 10-15 minutes-ish. So thank you. And that I guess wraps the main room for now for all the talks. And please feel free to, let's see, is there anything left? Oh, not in the back. Okay, well, we'll be back soon, and thank you.
Swam out fast, holding on the bus in ways you could not. I like you, real silver line. Oh, see them fast, take out that last, but we get better. And I'm proud to be a satellite, and I'm picking up the phone. Remember when it was there?
Hello, hello, hello. Can I get you to sit down just one more time, very briefly? Awesome. So here we are at the end of day 2 of the very first ATprotocol Community Conference. The whole point of coming together in person when so much of our connections are online was, in fact, to see each other very directly, have community together, have a few beers at Big Time. I'm told that because it's spring break, they literally called Anuj and are like, if you want to do another after party, you can just come by. So there's that. Right. Yeah. I said, I can't handle another after party, but I encourage you to meet each other where you need to be. And I think we've done that, right? We've been together since, many of us since Friday, met some new people, caught up with some people that we only knew from online. Oh my God, did anyone else meet the goose? Yeah, the goose is among us. There's a whole thing happening here, which is amazing. So really want to thank everyone for coming together and making the time for this. Remember, this is the start of the work. We have various people are like, so where do I pick up my action items and rebellion armband? So we're shipping those out afterwards. We're going to try and collect all that, various things of working groups. We'll get various speaker slides. A lot of people asked about speaker slides. We'll collect all of those things. The videos have been recorded. First, huge thank you for, remember, I don't know if everyone understood this, but the main live stream for this conference, for the ATprotocol Community Conference, was delivered on the ATprotocol. Wow.
Yeah. Wild.
I'm asking someone to build YouTube in the next 24 hours so that we can post that. That'd be great. Thanks. Again, like I said before, this really was covered by all of us together. We still have a bunch of stuff to do to put expenses together, travel support, and the various hard costs for the conference. We'll share all of that. We've got an event budget. We're happy to help other people. This is the ATprotocol Community Fund that put it on, but really, thank you everyone who participated in putting this together. We really, really appreciate saying yes early and really supporting us in saying, like, let's do this. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors.
And thank you also to everybody who helped put this on. I mean, this has been a volunteer team effort, and it's kind of remarkable how quickly we managed to pull this together, the fact that everything has been so wonderful. So particularly thank you to Eric and Salt for helping secure this venue here, and Boris for helping work through all the things that we needed to. Thank you to all the folks who helped us run things during the show, Chad, Georgia, our video crew, Eli, JP, and Gregor. And Natalie, of course, who is here, and then of course, people who just randomly showed up and were like, "Hey, can I take photos?" That's been amazing. So thank you very much to all you, and Daniel in particular. It's his birthday as well. While he's been here taking photos, so thank you so much. Also, we've been live streaming this entire thing. We've been running the Discord, and there's a whole community of folks on ATproto. Yes, by we I mean Patrick. Patrick. So thank you so much, Patrick, for running all of this and making it as awesome as it has been for everyone. And of course, thank you to all of our speakers and everybody who's facilitated discussions. This absolutely would, I mean, like, this is awesome because we're all here and we're all pitching it. So awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I want to ask everyone. So I hit a personal best actually this weekend. I cried 3 times. Anyone else got me beat? Anyone? No, just 3. No, he's just taking a picture. He didn't cry more times. So that was really amazing, and I just think it shows the emotion of being in a community that like gets you. So pretty special. Anything else that anyone feels they want to share, or like, I'm going to do X next, contact me if you want to like get involved in this thing that I'm doing, you know, follow me to Phoenix. Is there anything that people want to share while we're all still gathered here together? Yeah? Let's do mics.
I can shout. So I actually really enjoyed kind of the like MISC AI discussions. There was like some nice privacy stuff that was cool. And I kind of want to keep talking about that. And I also like discussing more of the greenfield stuff, the kind of like, whoa, what are the crazy interesting things that you can do? Because we didn't really get to talk about that much while we were here. So if you want to chat about that, you can find me. I'm cameron.pfeiffer.org. That's horrible. Don't try and spell Pfeiffer phonetically. You can just Google.
Is how it's spelled.
Yeah, it's too many F's. But you can Google Mr. Dr. Cameron, and it'll probably complete it. So if you want to talk about that.
Cameron's also on the schedule, so you can just look at the schedule.
No, don't do that.
Thoughts on the conference things? Yeah, great. Thank you, John.
This is more a looking forward thing. One of the discussions we didn't get to have is on organizing and mutual aid on the atmosphere. I mean, I think this is a real key use case, and ties to your question about what's going to bring most people who are currently on corporate social networks here. I think these are, you want the use cases that people can't find on the other social networks, and that's going to be organizing, and mutual aid is so key. So I'll drop a couple more links in the Discord, or look for me on Blue Sky. I'm JDP23.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
I'm Sarah Perez. If I haven't talked to you, sorry, there's a lot of people here. I work at TechCrunch, and I've been covering a lot of the open social web space, including Blue Sky stuff. If you're building something cool on Blue Sky, especially something consumer facing, because that is my beat, I would love to talk to you about it if I haven't talked to you already while we were here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the organizers of this event. I mean, having a space like this is awesome, and I know this is not easy work to coordinate a big event. So yeah, just thank you for all the work you do to make this happen.
Thank you all for everyone just being here. This has been amazing to see. And the way I've been thinking about it is we pulled apart social into all these Lego blocks. We put together, using those Lego blocks, an app called Blue Sky. But I'm seeing people building a lot of cool new things with the Lego pieces sprayed across the room and composing them into new paths. And so if you guys are building things that stack together in a really cool new way, in the future, just continue having these conversations and reach out, because we want to like pave the paths that people are carving with the experiments they're running. This is about evolving the social web and letting social take new forms.
Hi, if anybody's super excited to start getting working already, a few of us are getting together to do some co-working and hacking tonight and tomorrow. Myself, Verdverm, or Gov, we'll coordinate on Discord, I guess.
Cool, thanks.
So I think we just kicked off the unofficial 3rd day hackathon. Amazing. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeremy. A lot of new friends, a lot of old friends here. Just wanted to plug that there's a new social project that we're building called Totem Grid, totemgrid.io. I shared about it on the hiring page on the Discord. Feel free to check us out. We're doing something pretty radical and new. And we're looking for part-time contributors.
Awesome. Okay, I've got one more thing for you all. So we all together met Gustafer or Gustafer. So that's the mascot for the At Protocol Community Fund. We're really just stewards for Gustafer. Happy to share him or her, it's unclear, around. And really, community has come through once again in extending the lore already, although this is a fairly new mascot already. And so I was talking to Miss Boba, and I said, oh, wouldn't it be funny if maybe your fan community could start thinking about /fic, ha ha ha, Untitled Goose Game. And so she put out the word, and I encourage you to look at hashtag Gustafer with a U or hashtag Gustafer. And if you have stories of your own that you feel moved to share, let's build this lore together. Thank you. That's it. Take your friends, hang out, go have another dinner and a drink. If you want to go back to Big Time Brewery, God bless your heart. We'll wrap things up, send out email and other things afterwards to keep in touch. See you in Hamburg. Woo!
I make my days, my nights. That's when my heart gets pumping. I'll take you for a ride. My nights only just started. Show me some place I like. Make me feel like I'm dreaming. Oh, and I won't wake up. Though I don't know where to go. Night ain't never done much for me, but lead me down a lonely road. Hit the light so I can see that I'm a little sunshine. I'm a little sunshine. Why are your eyes still closed? Can't do much when we're sleeping. I'll wake you up and show